Awesome. Oh. Hey guys. Oh, I'm being very quiet. I'm like focus mode. I'm in happy little trees mode. Been a while since I've done a landscape. Uh-oh. I'm just saying. Ah, there we are. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something's something's not working. Oh, here we are. There we go. Okay. Right. No, there's nothing wrong with your hearing. I'm just being super quiet. Come on. No, I don't want to save it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Autosave. Oh, gosh. This is my warm-up drawing that has gone on just a little too long. one thing I can say about painting, oftentimes, like I used to wonder, like what color should I use? What color temperature should I use? How do I deal with this value or that value? And should it be a warm color or a cool color, or should it be like? And the way that I paint now is I just take all that and I throw it out the fucking window. And what I do instead is I might put down a brushstroke which is supposed to be representative of a thing. For instance, this waterfall, these multiple little waterfalls running down here, and I'm like, okay, I simply know that the edge of this water surface is turning, and I'll see a specular highlight, and it's broken up this way. This is the shape that I need to draw for those highlights where it's broken up. Like, I care more about the shape than anything else. Like, the shape takes precedence over the color. And then, so once I know of the shape and the placement of the brush stroke, and, so shape can be like, it can be like this, it can be like this, it can be like this, it can be like this. And shape can also be like this. So once I have that shape, then I got to figure out what color to put there, right? And should it be a warm color or a cool color or bright or dark or whatever? And I'm like, I don't fucking know. Because there's too many variables to have to describe in a textbook fashion. So what I'll do instead is I might throw down a brushstroke like this, or let's say I might want to have a brushstroke. Okay, let's say I'm going to try and draw some like splashing water. So I'll just draw it with a single brushstroke. I won't draw all the splashing water. I'll draw like a little bit of it. And then I'll do a tuning. So tuning means I hold one button on my Nostromo and I choose another color on my color palette. And as you can see, it redoes the brushstroke. It undoes and redoes the brushstroke with that color that I've chosen. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to put a fucking green on there. I don't want to put a fucking blue on there. Right? It's like I got to find what color sits in place with, like, it's got to sit in place in the painting. And if you chose the wrong color, it's going to stick out. And if you always choose the wrong color, then all you have is a whole bunch of brushstrokes that just stick out. So if for every single brushstroke or every time you introduce a new color to the page, a new shape and color to the page, if you tune every single brushstroke, which means that you take the time to arrange that brushstroke and make sure it sits in there, not just in terms of shape, not just in terms of perspective and whatever. It's like if you take care of the value as well as the color and it sits properly in the picture, like that's the color that object would have in this particular given lighting situation in that particular position with that kind of surface geometry and that kind of material properties. Like if that looks like the simulated value going on in your head, then you're fine. And if you do this for every single brushstroke, then it actually makes it a lot easier to pick colors later on because you don't have this jangling mess of colors that have been chosen out of a textbook. Colors that you chose because it was the right value and it was the right color temperature and it was the right, is it complementary color or is it secondary? It's like, throw that out the goddamn window. Because the things that they tell you from the books are like GPS instructions. In 50 meters, turn right here. In 30 meters, turn left here. And in 10 meters, you are arriving at your destination. It's like nobody, like, if you think that that's enough to get you to your destination, paint all your car windows black. Don't. Okay. But if you really feel like it, if you painted your car windows black, if you just blacked out your car windows and rolled up the windows and painted those over black and just used GPS directions, you're going to have a car accident on the way there. All right. Like that's a good way to wind up in a fucking accident. And this is why you got to watch out for textbook instructions, because textbook instructions are rigid. They don't, like, nothing beats having maybe been there before, knowing which landmarks are along the way, having a rough idea of what's, whether you're getting closer and closer, like use your fucking eyes. Use your eyes and your brain. Don't try to book your way through it. And if things aren't quite working out, then you got to ask yourself, okay, well, what's going wrong? And maybe the problem is you're dealing with a situation you haven't seen before, and you might have to dig up some photographic reference and say, okay, well, what's happening here? So just, those are my 2 cents on, what colors should be chosen and color theory and all that stuff. I'm just like, no, throw it out the fucking window. It's like you never use it in practice. And in the end, I just find I rely on a hunch now more than anything else. So I say train your instincts. And you'll get there a lot, you get a lot further and faster with just your instincts sometimes. Now, I'm not saying that like you don't need any knowledge. I'm just saying that the actual experience of doing a painting is not one where you've got the book running through your head. Like, you can book things when you're doing an exercise, right? You can book things if you're trying to figure out, okay, well, how does this cube rotate, right? And you're just focusing on a cube. But if you're doing like work, or if you're saying, okay, let's quickly throw out a sketch and just have some fun, you can't book it. It just doesn't work. That's what exercises are for. It's so that you can book things then and then get that shit on speed dial. And then you know what? It's like my brain's kind of slowing down on this. I'm like, okay, you know what? I don't really know what I'm doing here, and I could keep pushing it, but I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. This is a lot further than I expected this sketch to go. I didn't even expect to do color, so fuck it, whatever. We'll just save it here. There, stupid landscape, good, done. And out it goes, right? Like if you start getting stuck on things, don't keep pissing on the drawing. All right, and by pissing on the drawing, I mean you don't know what you're doing, and you're sitting there trying to fix things when you don't know what's wrong and you don't know what to do next. So when you start to notice that you're just pissing on it, stop pissing on the drawing, close it, start something new. Okay, so don't piss on your drawing. Oh god, these guys, what are these fucking morons doing? What are these absolute? Oh god. Oh my god. Oh god, that's so fucking rude. I love it. This is good because like when I showed up, I'm just like, all right, let's just jump into the animation. After doing a warm up painting that was, and now and now for something completely different, right? And then just looking at the drawing, and it's like, oh god, I can't believe I did that. Fucking hell, let's just fucking run with it. Let's just absolutely run with it. I tell you, one of the greatest things is being able to surprise yourself with your own drawings. Like that's a valuable thing. Is being able to surprise yourself with your own damn drawing. Oh, I guess I forgot to clear the frame. Oh yeah. I don't know. I just kind of feel like it's supposed to be around here. Might just do a blur. You know, this is the amazing thing about a blur, is that what a blur allows you to do is it's a timing cheat. It's totally a timing cheat. Like, there are going to be just times when a cartoon character just physically can't get from point A to point B in the allotted amount of time. And so you're like, oh shit, oh, I'm going to have to like change the keyframing and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, just blur it. Just and it will, and it will just, it's such a cheat. It's such a fucking cheat. Which is what makes it so amazing, because, you know, trying to realistically animate, like, I think that realistic animation, it has a place, but it has the same place in art as realistic drawing does. Like, there's a reason we stylize art. There's a reason we stylize the illustration. There's a reason why we do cartooning of things and we simplify things. And this cartooning and simplification is something that can be applied to motion as well. So when you see like SpongeBob, you know, Nickelodeon SpongeBob type animation, or you're seeing like Ren and Stimpy, Chris Falusi type animation, and yeah, you know, like they have like the fucking 2-frame punch where when they punch someone, there's like this huge wind up, and the hand shakes there for a while, and then there's like frame 1 and frame 2, it's like embedded in the other guy's face, right? Like that's like the 2-frame punch. Like Bruce Lee's 1-inch punch is nothing on the fucking 2-frame punch. You know, that is an animation. That's a motion stylization. So you can have illustrative stylization, which is, you know, you're not drawing a photorealistic version of a person or an animal or a thing. And there's, you know, cartooning. There's like stylization of colors, and guess what? There's stylization of movement as well. So blurring, I would say, is part of that stylization. And it's because the interesting thing is that the capsule is following more or less realistic motion, but the character that is exerting forces on the capsule, his motion's stylized just so that it matches with the timing. And it's also because I want to have exaggerated poses on the character, because it helps the character, makes the character more interpretable. And remember, it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how things look. Like, what matters is how they're interpreted. The interpretation is all that matters. Can't believe that fucking... fucking poses are super goofy too. That's the other thing, right? It's like, I always used to be really fussy over trying to make poses that were, I guess, comfortable or, you know, human-like. But once you really get into once you really get into stylization and you learn how to not care, it's fantastic. I have a friend who I play a lot of video games with, and he draws, but he has no training. He's like fully self-taught. So yeah, he has like zero training. And I swear, when he draws some fucking hilarious drawing. Like, he draws MS Paint drawings that are really, they're just really funny when I look at them. And I'm like, I looked at his drawings and I'm like, I never wanted, like, I don't want to teach him because I like I like his drawings the way they are. It's like, for me, to me, teaching him would actually ruin the aesthetic that he has going on. Some people just got talent, okay? Like, I know we don't want to admit it, but I'm like, that's some fucking talent right there. If you can make, you know, drawings that are funny and you can actually enjoy your art, then I'm not gonna break that precious and wonderful thing. Oh yeah, I used to think that anime backgrounds spent too much time painting them instead of drawing. But you're starting to think drawing a background with lines is slower than painting. I'm gonna try doing more painterly backgrounds from now. I don't know. I think it's like, if I do lines, like just lines, I'm actually faster if I'm only doing lines. But if I do coloring, then I'm slower. But I think the problem is that when it comes to painting, I can push a drawing a lot further. But I mean, usually, like, I know that if I paint something, like, what I really enjoy painting is not environmental backgrounds. The types of things that I particularly enjoy painting are like simple things in like a studio environment. Like, if you wanted me to paint, um, like, if I had, say, an antique object, right? An antique object with an interesting material, and it was sitting there in like a fucking light box, or, you know, there's like kind of museum display case lighting on the object, then I would want to paint that. Because to me, when I paint things, I like to paint, um I guess I would call it a tactile aesthetic, right? I like painting with a tactile aesthetic. This is my own. I'm just coming up with my own fucking terms. I'm pulling these terms out of my ass here. So what I mean by painting with a tactile aesthetic, it doesn't just mean that the colors look pretty, but it means that when you look at the object, you can imagine how it would feel if you touch that object just by looking at the painting alone. So it's like, if you look at that thing, you're like, that's some fucking cold steel, right? Like, I imagine that if I were to, that's like some cold stainless steel, or maybe it's like, it's kind of rusty and it would feel really rough if I touched that thing. Or that thing looks really sharp and I feel like I could cut myself on it. Or that thing looks really, you know, bouncy and squishy, or it looks like it's cold, or it looks hot, or it's warm to the touch, or it feels like it's a velvety surface. When I paint things, I like to paint on isolated objects. I don't want to have to paint on all. I don't have to paint like a zillion trees and bushes and shit. Because, I mean, drawing it's fine, but I don't love painting it because I don't get the focus. But if it's something really simple and there's like, let's say, a flintlock, you know, a flintlock action, okay, you know, or if it's like a fucking rusty old teapot, okay, we're good. If it's crystal ball, hell yeah, I love shiny shit. You know, individual objects in, I call it museum display case lighting. So it's a very specialized lighting setup, an artificial lighting setup that's made to make the object look shiny. It makes it look very pretty, right? And that's what I want to do, is I want to draw the thing as pretty as I can in a manner that feels tactile. And you can imagine what it would be like to actually hold that thing, or you can even imagine how that thing would actually taste. You know, how would it feel if you stuck it against your tongue, right? It's like, I want that kind of high fidelity look. So that's that, and that's just my particular aesthetic. I'm not saying that this is an aesthetic that I hold over anyone else's. I just find it's the aesthetic that I want to paint. It's what I would like to see and what I enjoy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I like tactile painting, which totally goes against, you know, what I would ever do in animation, right? Because animation, you don't have the fucking time to draw highlights and ambient occlusion shadows and shit. You just don't have the fucking time. I just know that I want his arm bent, and I want that shoulder to go back a teeny bit. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to do like sketch blurs. I'm gonna break the joint. I'm just taking the knees and flopping them around the other way. I could even take the arm for no like that's the other thing, right? Like when you really get into doing the silly shit, it means that you do things just because you know it's actually going to be funnier. You're not breaking the rules just because you wanted to break the rules, right? You just know that like, okay, this is just you're I just know that this will generate an absurd and funny result, and so fuck it, I'm doing it. Burp. Burp. So I'd say that like you'll break the rules. Like I think a lot of the times when you break a rule, it's because you're seeking an exaggerated and comedic result, right? It's because reality in of itself, like the reason that you would want to break a rule is because maybe reality is a little too boring, and you're imagining something a little bit more exciting. You know, and reality is a kind of an annoying constraint in this case, which is why we actually make art, right? We make art because we make art in order to get that which we don't have in reality, but we would like to have into some kind of form. And the thing is that it's pixels on canvas, so it's art. I think is like the intermediary between the imagination and reality, because when things are in your imagination, they might as well not have even existed because to everybody else there is no objective evidence of the thought ever existing. And so the purpose of art is to bring it at least into the stage where there is proof that the idea existed. And then reality is when it's like actually tangible and it can smack you in the face. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Whenever they do like painted animations, it just kind of feels rotoscoped. It doesn't like it's or worse yet, like the worst is when things look like CGI. That's the other thing, right? It's like like I've done really, really like carefully animated things. Um and they just look like CGI. Like I'll here, I'll show you. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh fuck. Not like I have hard drives to spin up. Why is this computer like doing this? All right. Um come on. Seriously. What is fucking eating on like why is this thing being unresponsive? I don't know. I don't know. It's like whenever I bring up my task manager, it's like, oh, everything's like, oh, looks like he's looking at the task manager. Better make sure we don't fucking misbehave. All right, right. Okay, so come on, it's a 2 meg file. Shouldn't take that long to open. Oh yeah, like so this thing, right? It's like Why is everything so slow? Wow. Something is absolutely chewing CPU or something. No, it says CPU is at 4.1. So my CPU is not being eaten. Okay. So in any case, yeah, this thing, right? Like, this is the problem, is that you can really, really try and exercise like you can try and get the closest thing to perfectly rigid volumetric control. Right. But I mean, if you look at this thing, it looks like CGI. Right. I didn't use any computers that like I didn't use any 3D models to help me with the drawing of this thing. It's like you can see those little red dots that I drew. Like I just did individual point tracking to get like the most perfect surgical precision of vertex positioning. So I got rigid vertex positioning. Things aren't floppy and wobbly at all. And it looks like CGI. And that's the problem. Like it's a Cain's sacrifice. No one will recognize you for that sacrifice and you'll just get bitter. Okay, so this is the problem with like drawing super duper realism. Is like you draw super duper realism, most people will just think it's a photograph. And I guess the only novelty in it is, oh wow, I thought it was a photo. Like, so don't make Cain sacrifices. And for those of you who are new to my channel and are new to the concept of a Cain sacrifice, a Cain sacrifice is basically based off of the story of Cain and Abel, where Cain got mad that he would bust his ass to sacrifice, make a sacrifice to God, and God wouldn't accept his sacrifice. So it's, and the thing is that Abel makes like easy sacrifices and God accepted him. So it's kind of like you bust your ass and you expect that the gods of Twitter are going to accept your sacrifice, except they don't. And meanwhile, other people who make shitty 5-minute drawings do amazingly well on Twitter and you want to murder them. Okay. So because you get embittered. I say, don't make Cain sacrifices. Don't be one of those people that fucking absolutely bust their asses expecting to get a good response from the internet gods, and then become embittered when you don't get what you're looking for. Oh God, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a fucking Staying Alive pose. I need to find it. Staying Alive. I need to find Travolta. There's the fucking pose. Awesome. Okay, yeah, we're doing this. Don't think people are. Oh, you think people are obsessed with realistic looking things? At least not. I would say that the people who are the most interested with realistic looking things would be new artists, because for them there's some mystique about it, right? In which case, like the people who are obsessed with the realistic looking things are obsessed more with the skill, and like they care more about how the sausage is made than about the taste of the sausage. But if that were true, then all the films, like, then it means that people would enjoy documentary films, and documentary films would make a lot more money than all the escapist films. Like, I think that from a left brain standpoint, like if you ask somebody, they would say, "Oh yeah, I love realistic things." But then when you see the things that get a zillion likes and faves, they're always like these low effort things. And I'm not criticizing them for being low effort, right? Like I'm just saying that oftentimes a low effort thing um, tends to focus less on the making of the thing and tends to focus more on pushing the idea quickly. Like a lower effort thing can the lower effort thing has the power of striking while the iron is hot. Because I find that something is often lost in the midst of making the effort. I'm going to redo this pose here. So as funny as that pose is, I'm going to this is the in between. This is great because like if we look at this sequence here, he does the staying alive thing, and he almost returns back to that. Oh God, I almost feel like I could have him do like a second one. No, 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 I'm not gonna do it. Like, no, no, I think that's a little too much action in there. I have this tendency to try and like slip in little goofy Easter eggs in my in betweens. Oh gosh, I'm just gonna have him like let's just stretch his other arm out. It's not even supposed to fit down there, but it doesn't even look right. But again, it's the reason. That's exactly the reason why I'm doing it. I guess that's another thing is that sometimes when I break rules, it's because it's just I'm going with the flow. Like it'll just make my life a lot easier. It'll make the job a lot simpler. And I'm not kind of like sticking to some dogma where it's like I have to. It's like, oh, it needs to be perfect animation. I'm like, no, fuck that. So you can see I'm having him pull on that. So he's kind of lifting up, but his arms are still connected to it. Okay, now I got to smooth out between this frame and that frame. So yeah, so let's just clear that. There we are. I gotta try and smooth out this whole like transition because you can see like there's like a double movement. Like I kind of know which way I want the thing to go, but I gotta bridge that gap. It's kind of funny how that little blur really stitches it together. Whoops. I wasn't flipping back and forth. There we go. I gotta slow down this little part in the beginning. Let's see. Is it like 6 frames per second? Let's try 8 frames. I feel like I want to have him stay in the back position for a little bit longer as well. 8 frames is not bad, but I'm going to devote more time into that. Okay, let's do it. I'm going to fix it. So this, let's see, if we're going to go from 24 to 8, that's 3 times. That's 3 times the amount of frames. So let's see, I'm trying to think, because I want the blood to still fill a thing in the same amount of time that it has before. So what I can do is I can just take this and I can delay it. I can make it so that the filling doesn't occur till later. I can delay the fill up. So instead of this thing happening at frame, let's say 24, I would have it happen, well, 24 times 3, 72. So 72 frames later, if we're tripling the amount of time. So that would be 72 right there. So I can take this whole thing and make it finish at 72 like that. And this is on frame repeat. So there, that's 12 and 12. And then each one of these frames needs to take like a span of 3. That means this frame here needs to repeat 24 frames, not just 8. Okay. So now I have 24 frames with which I can play around with the timing of this. Now when he does the recoil needs to be delayed. I can make this happen later. Oh, whoops. Put this back to 24. Hmm. There's timing and then there's sync. Or I guess there's tempo and then there's sync. So tempo would refer to the rate at which the action occurs. So sometimes you want the action to occur quickly, sometimes you want it to occur slowly. I think that the tempo of this character's movement is good. The synchronization between the two actions is bad. I mean, needs work. Oh, he said in the most. What did I say in the most monotone voice possible? I'm a fan of deadpan humor. Sometimes I think that the true sign of maturity is not about how reverent or irreverent your humor is. I think the true sign of maturity is the ability to look at things that are irreverent and not lose your fucking shit. It's like you're not going to go, have a fucking case of the vapors every time something offensive, every time you encounter something offensive. It's like I actually tend to run towards those things as opposed to run away from them. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you for streaming. I am a 60s robot. I think what I'll have him do is I'll have him um okay, that's the part where he actually does the okay, so that's the moment of release, the money shot. Oh, I feel like, let's see. Maybe I should reverse these. I should flip these too. Yeah, let's flip these. There we are. So he has time to get into position. And then when he goes, boom, like that. I think, now I don't know if I should have him delay for a moment later. I'll have him delay for 1 moment. Okay. Yeah, so he'll delay for 1 frame and then he'll go get recoiled. And maybe I won't have this part here in the loop. Instead, I'll have just this frame here. I'll have this in the loop. And let's see. There's that timing right there. I think maybe I'll have a frame of like a pause. Like I'll have an additional pause. Because I only want to repeat the frames here. There's like 16 frames. Yeah. Okay, so I'll have this thing repeat 16 frames, not 24. Need to work on speaking more animated. Do you mean like this? Hey, kids. Don't. Just don't. repeat 16. Okay. There we are. Okay, so the timing on this is a lot better now. Much better. Actually, I can just get rid of that. That should loop properly. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, the timing's still good. Oh. Although, let's see. I feel like the timing is only doubled. Maybe I need to bring this up to 3s. Yeah, so maybe I should do 16 instead. Sorry, not 8. We'll do 12 instead. 12 and 12. Let's see how that timing works out. And then maybe make this thing repeat the last 24 frames. Do I know anyone who started drawing and animating relatively? I don't know about animating. I know of a number of people who started drawing late in life. I think a lot of people tend to find their purpose late in life. Like they realize, like I think it's very common for people, and this is not like a good thing or anything. Actually, I think it's kind of unfortunate that like a lot of people don't find themselves until late in life. And what I mean by that is they're basically they're born into the school system, so to speak, right? It's like they get, they're born, they're raised to the age where they can be put into kindergarten, and then boom, they're in the school system, and then they're immediately indoctrinated into doing what the school tells you, and not just what the school tells you, but like they like you're ground down. You're ground down into somebody who can sit there and watch the blackboard, watch the teacher up on the blackboard and do exactly what you're told. And, and like all of your curiosity is just, ground down. All of your ability to ask, why? Right? You know how kids are, like young kids, they want to know why, right? Like they want to know, they have questions, and they want to know, like, how come this? How come that? Why? They and the adults hate that, right? Because the adults sometimes don't have the answers. And the adults often have this pretense of having all the answers, because if they don't have all the answers, then I guess their authority, they start losing their authority because they don't know why, right? Right? Because a lot of adults are always like a lot of the adults that I encountered when I was a kid were of the because I said so variety. So, I feel like a lot of adults are ground down. Like, sorry, kids, people who are inquisitive, who aren't people who you can even fucking sit down in a chair, right? Because they're constantly fidgeting and they want to run around and move, right? It's like these people have been strapped down into fucking chairs, sometimes drugged. They juice them up with, or juice them down with Ritalin and whatnot, and SSRIs, and then all of the curiosity is ground out of them, and then by the time they exit school, and now they're adults and they're ready for the real world, they're not. Quite the opposite. Like, they're compliant now. They're very compliant. They want to just be told what to do and to do the thing and get the high marks, which isn't at all how the adult world is, right? The adult world is very often being in situations that you were never prepared for, being in situations that no one gave you any lessons for. How to talk with other adults. How to fucking, negotiate with other people, and in such a way that you're trying to find the best outcome, not just get your way. Tact, meaning how do you tell the truth? How do you tell the truth in good faith, and how do you break bad news without lying to somebody, but and treating them like a fool, but also without being a blunt asshole about it, right? Like tact, learning tact, the social graces, those are the social graces. A lot of the things are like how to negotiate, really, like how to deal with boring jobs, how to deal with jobs you don't want to deal with. Like fucking having to clean your house and clean the bathroom, and how to. Sometimes they'll tell you, like, sometimes we had family studies which would teach us how to cook. That's actually a really good one. How to balance your expenditures. That's a really valuable one, right? Like this is what I mean, is that when I say teaching kids how to become adults, this means like how to fucking figure it out for yourself. What happens if you're traveling and you're taking, let's say you're traveling and then and maybe you miss your connecting flight. What do you do? Let's say you got stranded at the airport and you got to find a fucking hotel, right? Like, what do you do? Fuck. What if you got to find a house? And how do you? What are your criteria for renting a place? How do you find a place? Like, how do you negotiate for maybe a better price? How do you haggle? Online for buying things, like how do you haggle prices? How do you see what I mean? Is like, well, shit. If we taught kids how to negotiate, like this is what I feel like what happens in school. It's like if you're somebody who works at a school, it's like, oh, shit. If I taught that kid how to negotiate, then they'd learn how to talk back to me. Like, fuck, I can't do that. And that's the thing, is that like a lot of the teachers in schools, right? Like they're not there to turn kids into adults, because the teacher doesn't want to deal with an adult, because an adult can't be pushed around. An adult can walk away. Like an adult doesn't have to stay in the classroom. They can walk out of the fucking class. They can take their money somewhere else. Kids are a captive audience. And so these teachers are so used to playing life on easy mode, they won't do anything to make their life harder. And I realize that now as an adult who went through the school system. there were a few good teachers. And to me, those are the teachers that actually taught me a real skill. But man, they were fewer and far between. And so, yeah, a lot of people, you know, don't know their goals and purpose until like way later in their life, right? It's like for me, it was a slow building. So it means that when I was 9, I started programming when I was 9, um, and then maybe when I was like, by 18, I'm like, I knew I wanted to get into video games. Um, but I also went to college for computer animation, and so the first jobs I got were like computer animation. And I'm like, well, let's spend some time in computer animation. So I had 5 years in that industry, and then later I went freelance, and then I went full on taught myself art after that. So I mean, I've been fortunate in that I've always been I've always been highly individualistic. Um, I always knew, or I always rebelled against school. So the thing is, I got terrible grades because I was always doing my own thing rather than doing the assignments, which I felt were a waste of time. So I'll take that. I'll take those crappy grades. It's like good, good, good. If it's like I think to myself, it's like, yeah, why I had crappy grades is because I couldn't give a rat's ass about the assignments back then, and I couldn't give a rat's ass about them right now. It's not like it's like I have no regret. Um, because I mean there were shitty things like book reports. Like that's a who as an adult reads a book and then writes a fucking book report on it, right? Like these are all these weird things that you never do as an adult. So, and the thing is, I'm doing way harder math now than I was doing back then, and like the kind of algebra. It's like a lot of the algebra classes and stuff. It's like, yeah, I understood what they were trying to teach me, but I was already doing way more advanced stuff like that. Like I was using much more advanced stuff like that when I was programming. So and the thing is, I'm used to letting the computer handle it. So yeah, okay, my mental arithmetic sucks. People use calculators. It's like, okay. So yeah, it's just pre-order your fedora hat. Mm-hmm. Well, if you're a law student, um, you probably have to look up your laws, because it's like if you want to comply with a lot of the laws, there's more laws than a regular person can fucking remember. So you wind up having to look them up. And the thing is that I think over time you'll come to remember a lot of them. But laws shift, they change, so you still have to recheck them. Hmm. Oh, hold on. One of these is the vial animation. So there we go. Oh, whoops. It has to finish here at this frame. There. Oh, and he's early. Oops. Perfect. So he's there just in time to catch it. And what's this frame? Oh, that's the capsule. Oh, everything's synchronized now. Good. Even that last bit here, like, it almost seems like this vial, the movement here is playing too fast. Or at least the timing. Like, here's good, the beginning part, because it's been properly timed out now. Been timing and the synchronization of that initial part. Then when he carries the vial, that's a little too fast. So even that can be slowed down. Oh, I'm good. Hey, Andy. How goes it? Okay. Like, this is another thing, is that this animation, you'll notice that as I go along, there's this little problem. There's a little bit of a timing issue. Might have to adjust this. Might have to slow these frames down, speed these ones up. Does that read better? It's like, this is why you can't textbook it. You can't book that shit you can't book it, because it's like, so to me, booking something means going by the book. You just got to play the thing, look at it, and say, all right, is that thing running too fast? Oh, is that running too slow? You have to rely on your own intuition. Ah, thank you very much, Andy. I tell you, man, you know what is nice is I checked just before the stream started. So this is good. There are thankfully still other people besides us who are also donating. Thank you. I'm glad we're not the only ones pushing the cart. There are many people pushing the cart. My goodness. We'll get there $1 at a time. Awesome. I mean, it ends in 12 days. I'm like, it's good. I just, okay. I don't know anything about fundraising. and I hate being one of those people who's like, well, I have to raise awareness. Like, no, damn it. Give people a show. You know, give people something for their donation. Okay, so that's looking pretty decent or indecent depending on how you look at it. I'm gonna try doubling the. We'll try adding in betweens on all these bits here. So I'll just bleh. No. That's not what. Okay, we'll take this bit here, and then I think I can tell it. I can like insert exposure, add exposure. There. I can just add exposure. Okay, so that effectively slows it down. There we go. That's better. Although now it's almost slow motion. It's like, fuck. It's kind of in between, isn't it? Okay. So I don't think we don't get away easily with that. What I got to do is okay. I'm going to have to find the areas where I can add a frame. Like here. Okay. So here I'll double up. I'll double those three. So. And then. So I'm slowing down the frames where there is a change in orientation. And then the ones where it's like this is in between. So I'll make that go fast. And then this one here, I'll slow that out to cushion out the movement so that it will stay 2 on there, 2 on there, 2 here, 2, 2, 2, yeah, 2, 2, 2, and then yeah. So it's like all 2s here, where the motion is, where the capsule's changing direction. So 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. All the way up to these 2 frames. Yeah, these 2 additionally. Now you can see how when this moves, and then I wanted to accelerate maybe here. Yeah, okay, so these can go to 1s again. 1, 1, 1, and then these last 3 frames can be 2, 2, 2. So 2, 2, and 2. Okay. So you can see how that pops up quickly, but it slows in there. It goes quickly down, and it slows, and it's faster on that straight. So on the straightaways, they go fast, but on the curves, I go slow. You get the idea. And now what I have to do is I have to turn this layer on, and then I have to synchronize it. Okay, so this has to be a whole bunch of 2s. In fact, blow it right there. No, make that there too. So this would be synchronization, where you're trying to synchronize two interacting objects, so their motion appears to be all right. So that can be one. And then he's down in time to catch the thing, and then we're back on twos. Because usually what happens is when I animate, I have all these little activities I want him to do. There's like all these little goofy drawings, these little goofy poses. And so oftentimes I start out animating on ones, and then I'll start adjusting the timing and the tempo afterwards to make it so that there's time for all of these things to read and for the motion to look correct. And if I need more time, then yeah, I'll slow time down. Like, modern problems require modern solutions. Excellent. And we can see like now there's plenty of time for things to read. You know how much better it is when it's been properly timed out. There's a bit of a snap here. There. When he does the staying alive thing. I might have to cut it if there's not enough time. Yeah, I think I have to cut it. It's cute, but it's like or I'd have to move these frames over. But if it turns out to be too much of a clusterfuck, I'll cut it. Yeah, I'll cut it. It just feels kind of awkward. Like it's yeah, just not enough time. And it's way too violent of emotion for what that capsule is doing. Yeah, okay, I'm getting rid of it. It's a good thing I draw these things so roughly, right? Because otherwise I'd feel bad, right? It's like, no, it was three very extremely poopy drawings. And so I don't feel bad about, losing them. And I guess that's the other thing, right? It's like I'm always throwing in like all of the ideas that come to mind, right? Like I'll get this little silly idea, I'll get that little silly idea, and I'll be throwing them all into the animation as I make the animation. And because I keep throwing in every single idea, it's like it doesn't feel so bad when I got to cut an idea because I threw in so many already, right? It's like if you only put in, if you only put in like one or two, if you only put in the ideas that were there in the plan and then you got to cut it, it's like it hurts a bit more because you didn't, because it was planned for, you'll probably do a really nice job on it. And then when you got to cut it, you're like, oh, the fucking pain because I put so much effort into it. Whereas for me, what I do is when I work, I put in a lot of these low budget, crappy ideas and I fucking jam my animations absolutely full of them and they get kind of busy. But then when I'm like, okay, well, this part here is it's too busy here. I can throw out the idea. And I don't feel bad about throwing out the idea because it was like I drew 3 shitty drawings for it and they were partial, 3 shitty partial drawings. So it's just a matter of, I guess I would call it the wealth of ideas, right? If you're a wealthy person, then if you lose $1, it's like not a big deal. You're a poor person, you lose $1, it's like, oh, fuck, it's like now you're really boned. So if you foster a wealth of ideas in your work, then it doesn't hurt you so much when you got to cut one. You're just like, oh, okay, this is looking a little awkward. Okay, here it feels like we're trying a little too hard to be funny here. We can cut this and we can cut that. And the thing is that the ideas that remain are the ones that survive the cut, and they're the good ideas. They're the best ideas, and they're only the best ideas by comparison when they stand next to all the other ideas that you threw in there. So that's why I do what I do. Very chaotic, and there's a lot of chaos in what I do. There's a lot of chaos in the initial process and the ideation, but it later becomes ordered because I start deleting things. I get rid of segments that I drop ideas that just don't work because they ruin the order of the drawing. But what I don't do is I don't try to order everything at the very beginning, at the outset, because if I do that, then it just winds up being a rigid process all the way through. At least now, whenever I look at this work, I'm like, I gave every stupid idea that I had its time under the sun. And I got to see it, even in a rough form. I still got to see this stupid idea, and I got to judge it. I got to see it, and from there, I got to judge actually seeing it. I'm like, nah, it doesn't fit with the animation, and I cut it. So I never have any regrets. I'm never like, oh, I could have had this thing, and I could have done that. I never suffer from the could have done, because I did it, and it didn't work, and I got rid of it. So I think this is why it's really important to develop a rough, like I won't say a rough workflow, but I say be able to do rough ideation in little spots here and there. Be able to pick your stupid ideas. Right. And that's the thing. I call all of my ideas stupid ideas. I have many stupid ideas, right? But, some of those stupid ideas are entertaining. But I have to see them to know whether or not it's going to be entertaining or not, whether it's going to work or not. So, and the only way that you're going to be able to get to see all of your stupid ideas on the frame, on the in the animation is if you actually draw them. You have to draw them. Because oftentimes all the ideas that actually stayed on the canvas were better than the initial idea. Like they were better than the initial vision. So I think this is an important part of being able to enjoy what you do when it comes to being an artist, is that you got to be able to create art that surprises you. You got to be able to create art where the outcome is better than you initially envisioned, as opposed to it fell short. Like, like it could have been better and it fell short. Also, one of the reasons why my animations are always so over-exaggerated and over the top is because I'd rather have to tune it back than kind of have the animation feeling kind of restrained. And like I say, right, it's like this stuff is a lot of work. The drawing the animation's a lot of work. And so it becomes easier to do the work when you enjoy the work. And if you enjoy the work, then it doesn't feel like work anymore. So I think that this is an extremely important part of sustainability, some of the work is enjoyable work. And to me, the work that is enjoyable is putting in my stupid ideas and getting to see them on the frame. Right? It's like I got to give my stupid ideas their time in the sun. Because very often what happens is when you get caught up in a project, there will always be competing ideas. There will always be other ideas. You're always thinking to yourself, well, I'm animating, but I could be doing this other project. Like that's how I feel. I could be working on this music. I could be working on that music. I could be, doing this type of doing this story and that story idea. And so I'm like, no. Okay, fine. They're distractions. But let's try putting them into the work, right? Let's try redirecting them into what it is I'm doing right now. And that way they get satisfied. It's almost like my ideas are like dead spirits. They're dead spirits with regrets, and the spirit can't pass on until the regrets are cleared. So I have to draw the idea out, and the spirit of the idea can then there's no more regrets, right? It can have its regrets cleared because it got visualized. The ideas simply want to be visualized on the canvas. So, and even if it's a shitty drawing, they still want to be visualized. It's like they're like, I can die happy now. My ideas are allowed to die happily because they got visualized. Am I missing a frame here? It kind of feels like I am. I'm. Oh wait, I'm not missing a frame. There's like other shit going. Okay, that's what's going on. Right, I just got rid of those frames. Okay, so um, I gotta synchronize. Okay. I was worried that I would have to do a blur. I mean, like I like blurs and everything. They're a great band-aid, but I don't want my work to be made of band-aids. My ego won't allow that. I have too much pride. There we go. You can see how I'm using that blur to track the motion of just the hand to show the hand is pushing that thing over. Look, and it's kind of moving over to intercept, and then it catches. Okay, let's play that through and see how that looks. Wow, that was really smooth. Huh. Yeah. I like that. Boop. It looks good. The timing's good, the synchronization's good. I'm keeping it at the exact same tempo as the cylinder's movement. So if you're looking at here, if we look at this, you'll see that this is synchronized tempo. They're not on like a staggered or split tempo, right? They're not doing this. I just want to make my life a little easier. And always, 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 like, if you can find a way, to make your life easier, do it. Because animation's a lot of fucking hard work. And somehow, you got to improve your chances of getting to the end. If you don't ever make your life easier, if you're always like, oh no, the quality, right? Then you'll never make it. I don't know. It's just these like stupid, goofy, funny teeth. I almost want to draw his nostrils. Fuck it, we're doing it. This is why I could never ever like if Disney, was ever in like if they ever, had their heyday, like if it was ever the golden age of animation again, not that it ever will. I could never work there. I could just never work there. I like to fuck around way too much. Like, sure, I absolutely idolize and worship the nine old men for what they've done, and working with them would be an absolute dream. But I think I would go crazy. I don't think I'd be able to cut it. I like fucking around way too much. This is a pretty complex movement. There's all kinds of all these crazy full body motions. And when people ask, like, oh, should I, how's my pose practice? I want to practice, just practicing my gestures and stuff. And I always tell them, you should do animation. You should just fucking do animation. Because it's not just about making one good pose or another good pose, or it's like drawing the human body, not just moving, but having to actually exert forces to achieve meaningful action. Like, that's posing. Like, that's what you need in order to make good poses. Knowing how to exert forces in a meaningful fashion. But nobody ever fucking does it. It's like, it makes me angry. It's like, I tell people this. They don't fucking, it's just too much trouble. I don't want it. I'm scared. Fucking just do it. Stop whining. The only reason I draw these elbow joints is because I'm trying to track their motion, and it's like I focus more on the first, like the shoulder joint, and maybe the hand, and then the elbow joint comes last. The elbow joint's kind of like is like the bridge between the two. So it's like its position is really very, very much so determined by the start and the end. And so I'm only putting the elbow joint in a place that looks like it makes sense. I guess the other thing I like about animation is that it's problem solving. Like there's always, like when you're drawing these poses, every single pose that you draw has to like, it's got to work with everything else. So But then you have to find ways to like solve the problem in a way that is like, it's like a rough, it's like you have to make rough estimates. Hello? Oh yeah, I can't take a call right now. Or I can't take a call right now. Okay. Okay. There we are. Okay. Would you believe it? I actually answered like surveys. I'm not trying to, mess with the survey data. I just, if anything, I want to make their surveys as accurate as possible. So, it's like, I know that not everybody has time for them, but I'm like, yeah, it's like what I would say is, I wish my opinion mattered, and I wish people knew my opinion. So it means that if somebody, says, hey, would you be interested in taking a survey? Then it means, well, there's your chance to have your opinion heard, right? So you should take surveys. Yep. Whoops. That's the wrong one. This is where the hand is. The hand is over here. Okay, yes. So, which means the elbow is down there. Our shoulders here. And like the illustrator in you will be screaming out saying, "Oh, I don't like the shapes of these arms." And so it's like, don't that can wait till later, seriously. Sometimes all I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw one arm. Like I find that when I do animation, my rough drawings are super, super duper ugly. Oh no, I haven't abandoned it. We've still got another 2 weeks to go. So until that fundraiser is done. Oh, actually, what I would say is until either the fundraiser is done or I finish this animation. So it means that if even if the fundraiser finishes, I'm going to continue until this animation's done. And the thing is, well, I mean, since I know the person who's collecting the money, I don't know. I'll have to work it out with her. There we are. How did VR help out with the hand-eye coordination thing? Saw me do my usual warm-ups in 3D before. I found that I was very, very surprised that in VR, your depth perception is actually not as good in VR as I expected it would be. Like I found that if I was going to try and draw a cube in VR, you'd think it would be easy. And a lot of times I would draw a cube and I would look at it and I'm like, no, that's fucking off. And I think the other thing is I'm also very used to stylizing my perspective. So it means that I'm so used to stylizing things in perspective that when I draw it in VR, that stylization throws it off. So, like, if I were to draw a box, like I'll draw like you'll see that I'm always rounding off the corners, right? Like I like doing fisheye, right? So I tend to push perspective, which means that if you put me into like actual real 3D perspective, I'll fuck it up. I think what VR would really help a person do is it wouldn't help them so much with drawing as it would help them with sculpting. I think that's what would happen. But yeah, as you can see, I like just stupidly pushed fisheye perspective. My sense of perspective is broken. Yeah. And then if you're wondering why it is that if like I know that people were wondering why there wasn't any audio in the back. I was just working quietly. I mean I could run music, but then you know how YouTube is when it comes to music. Like there's all the copyright claiming and stuff. And I'm like, all right, you know what? Tell you what, we're just going to go at this milk call style. And I need to show you guys. For those of you who don't know what milk call style is, I'll introduce you to it. I found it. So Richard Williams has this wonderful book called The Animator's Survival Kit. This is a really good. And so they tell you here at lesson 1, unplug. Unplug. Take off your headphones. Turn off the radio. Switch off the CD. Turn off the tape. Close the door. Like many artists, I had the habit of listening to classical music or jazz while working. On one of my first visits to Milt Call, I innocently asked, Milt, do you ever listen to classical music while you're working? And he's like, of all the stupid goddamn questions I've ever heard, I've never heard such a stupid question. Fucking awesome. I'm not smart enough to think of more than one thing at a time. Like, I won't do it anymore. Since it came from a genius, this made quite an impression on me. After this, I learned to face the silence and think before swirling my pencil around. My animation improved right away. This has been the case with many artists when I've passed this wisdom along. Recently, 2 previously sound-addicted computer animators were shocked to find that their plugged-in colleagues instantly made them objects of ridicule for not having wires coming out of their ears. They were even more surprised at the startling improvement in their work. End of lesson 1. Animation is concentration. Portrait of the artist after receiving lesson 1. So yeah. Milk Call, R.I.P. So it's almost like I go through a stage where I try and work out the motion of the character. And then afterwards, I make it proper. How do I explain it? Okay, we think of things as being proper when they're on model, when they are drawn in correct perspective, when they're anatomically correct, and they have nice line work. That's a proper drawing. So what I do first is I try to make something that moves well first, where the movement of the object is readable, and I can tell more or less how the figure is, right? And so from that, I'm able to figure out what the proper drawing is. And sometimes I may have to play the animation back and forth before the proper drawing begins to appear to me. And so there's a lot of this kind of time that I spend where I'm cleaning up this shitty drawing into a proper drawing. So, and this is one of the reasons why I often emphasize shitty drawings, is because getting it to move correctly is already a pretty colossal task to begin with. And it's easier if you get the thing moving correctly first, because then afterwards, you can go through and you can make it proper. It's like it's a way of you're splitting it up into multiple stages to lessen the burden, and you're solving it with multiple passes. Because I'm just not smart enough to get it all done right in the first try. Mm-hmm. Um, yeah. Yeah, I know that I can't. Like, I find that I can get caught in little downward spirals from time to time where it's like I find myself getting really distracted, and I'll need to have like a YouTube video playing in the background with music playing in the background. And then it's like when I'm watching one YouTube video, sometimes I'll even open up another tab and start another fucking YouTube. I'm like, there's times where I get like that. Like I know what it's like to be caught in one of these downward spirals, and so it's like being able to shut things off is really important for me. Like I know when I'm caught in some fucking dopamine sink. And so sometimes what I'll do with like I've got all these these extra monitors, what I'll do is I'll either turn them off or I'll put a to-do list on them so that when I look over at them, it's like there's my to-do list. It's like if I want to look away from my monitor for any reason, I should look at a to-do list, which puts me back on task. I've also started using paper to-do lists as well because, you know, whenever you finish something, you cross it off the list. And then every time you finish a day, you flip the page and you rewrite all the things you haven't done yet. So, you know, it's like that kind of forces you. I want to get like an actual physical Pomodoro timer, one of the little clicky. I want a noisy clicky one. The only problem is that all the ones that I saw on Amazon, they're all very low, very poorly reviewed, poorly rated. They all say, "Oh, they don't work. The dinging sound's not loud enough," and I'm like, "Oh shit, that's not good." So, yeah. Oh, takes a lot. Ego needs to step out of the way to make it happen. Well, when you're starting animation like that, yeah, it does. And the way that the way that I made it happen was I just did like the most tightest realistic stuff that I could, and then realized that it wasn't getting me what I wanted. So when I realized like, hey, I'm making a fucking Cain sacrifice. This is stupid. I was like, okay, then I can drop it. I find that the mind always latches onto things, right? The mind will latch onto what it thinks it needs. Just a natural thing. And sometimes the mind will latch onto things you don't need, right? You know, like I think, and this is part of the artistic journey, right? Is that your brain's going to latch onto dumb things, right? They'll be dumb in retrospect, but they're all things that I think that if you are an outsider, if you're new to a thing, they seem smart. So I would say they're things that go against intuition and common sense. So take, for instance, right? When you draw faces, what's the first thing you draw? And if you were to ask like a complete noobs are like, oh, the eyes, draw the eyes. The eyes are the windows of the soul, blah, 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 right? And this is the herd speak. The herd speak is always to, you know, draw the eyes first because the eyes are the things that also gets the most attention. And it's like, actually, no, I tend to try and, you know, it's like I had to teach myself to draw the skull first. And sometimes I'll even draw just the upper torso and, you know, get a more or less a body pose. And then that kind of informs me which way the head should be leaning. And then, you know, that gets me to figure out, okay, where the eyes would go. And sometimes I find even before I draw the eyes, I tend to draw a bit of the facial structure to kind of help me settle in where the eyes are. Right. So I'd say, you know, this is what I mean by our minds will latch onto things. They'll latch onto stupid things, and usually they're not our own ideas. They're the herd speak ideas, and so for me, the best way to get out of herd speak is burn it out. And what I mean by burning it out, it means fine. Somebody told, you know, it's like you might know that that's the wrong way to do things. Maybe you know that you're not supposed to draw the eyes first. But you know what? There's a part of you that still wants to draw the eyes. You know what that part is? That part is the part of you that wants to conform to the herd, because it's a deep-seated evolutionary aspect of people to want to conform to the herd. So you need to burn that part out. And what I mean by burning it out, I don't mean like, you know, Hans get the Flammenwerfer. I mean, burn it out in the sense of the same way that you would burn out a light bulb by overusing the light bulb. So do what the herd tells you to do and do it until you're fucking sick of it. Until you're realizing, hey, this shit's stupid. It really doesn't work. Fuck what the herd wants. I'm going to do what I know is right. And so, yeah, it's like there's people who always want to draw nice line work, nice shapes, and they want to draw anatomically correct. And I'm like, okay, that's the herd speak, you know. And I know that you're caught in the herd speak. All right, here, I'll give you an exercise, which is drawing the nicest line work and whatnot. You're gonna have to do a ton of that. You like that? Great. You know, it's like you like this wonderful sugary donut. I'm gonna force feed you donuts until you're sick of this, until you get type 2 diabetes and you want to throw up your fucking donuts, and then you lost your love for the donuts, right? Like that's how I would advocate, you know, getting rid of a bad habit is burn it out like a cheap light bulb, and because, you know, you'll realize that it's not getting you it's not moving you in the direction that you want, and you realize like that's the herd speak. In fact, I think that a lot of the things that a lot of my old bad habits from drawing, their majority of it is herd speak. It's like, you gotta draw the details, you gotta draw the little details. Oh wow, the details are so amazing. Wow, it's so realistic and blah, 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 blah. It's like, oh wow, you got the likeness is really good. So, oh god. Don't forget to make sure that you get your values right and worry about the color temperature and the complementary colors and the color theory, and just like, fuck off. Turn that radio off. Tune out. KDZQ, Channel 7 News. This is what you need to know. Story at 8. It's like, fuck. I'm going to take that hand off of his knee. We'll just bridge it with the previous. It was funny and goofy, but it doesn't work. I'm getting rid of it. Much better. Much better. Yeah, that's a much better rough animation. Yep. Yeah, you've got to be able to step out of the horde. Like, look, if you're, it's hard to be, you know, maybe it's true what they say, right? No man's an island. But I would say, you know, make sure it's a horde. Like, if you're going to stick with the horde, make sure it's a horde that you chose. It's like, make sure it's a horde that chooses you. Like, it better be your horde. Oh god, that's fucking. Oh god, oh, that's so creepy. Like, look, okay, you have to find ways to enjoy your work. If your work doesn't bring you any joy, you might want to just reconsider your options. Oh god, that's so fucking wrong. No, he's just putting it on his backpack. He's got like these little, like this guy's got the little thing on his backpack. He's just he's just gonna he's just gonna pick the thing up and then he's gonna put it onto this little backpack. That's all it is. It looks kind of like it's going into his brain. I know because of that, because I drew that little loop, and perspective wise, it looks like it's going like the hole in his head. Oh god. Oh, you know what else I would do? Like that last little part where his face kind of turns towards us. That's on twos. That should be on fucking ones. Like that is the exact moment it should be on ones. Like animations on ones look really creepy. So yeah, I'm gonna fucking put that on. I'm putting that on ones. Like facial turnarounds on ones are hilarious. Like I find that in anime, um, usually they're on twos and threes and with the occasional one thrown in there. But like if they do like a sequence of ones, it has this kind of a weird surreal feeling. I'm totally gonna take that little bit there and throw that on ones. It doesn't help the fact that he's got like little blush lines on his face as he's inserting the thing onto his backpack. Did I did I have more videos on YouTube before? Before you swear I had more videos on my channel. I don't recall removing any. Um, and I never received any messages about them removing them. So I don't know. I'm going to redraw this guy's arm just to make it stick out a bit more. Yeah, I like the pose more on that. Yeah, that's very suggestive. Perfect. We're going with that. Oh God, I need a stagger in there. Like when he's so okay. So like normally animation kind of goes, from point A to point B like that, right? This is how the typical animation progression is. But I could do like a stagger where it goes like right. Where it's like so when he's pushing it in, it doesn't just like slide in, it goes so it looks like there's some resistance. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just animate it very, very smoothly going in, and then I'm gonna take the frames and like judder the order. I'm gonna take every other frame and reverse the order on it, and that'll make the stagger. Like the easiest way to do it. Oh man. Because like here's the thing. All right. This human mosquitoes animation, it's got like it does have some exciting moments, right? Where there's like when they're about to get crushed and they're flying away. That's some cool action and stuff. But like all of the other stuff before that is just kind of set up for the story. And so it's like I don't want to kill off all my enthusiasm during this setup. I want the setup scenes to still be entertaining in their own right. And I don't want to have I'm trying to keep the whole thing entertaining but in different ways for each scene because it's animation. Animation's a giant pain in the ass, and so there's a significant manpower cost to animation. And so if we're going to expend manpower on a thing, why would we have boring animation? So, for a short. So that's why. I'm like, it can be entertaining, but in different ways. So when people talk about things like pacing, and they think that, okay, this part should be exciting, and that part should be calm, and this part should be exciting, and this part should be calm. They're talking about not burning out people, right? Not burning, because the thing is, if you just have things which are escalating, getting more and more and more exciting, and there's no rest spaces in between, then they get burned out. But I look at entertainment as not just a single value. It's not like I'm entertained, I am bored. I am entertained, I am bored. Like you don't help the pacing by making something super exciting and then super boring and then super exciting and super boring. What you do instead is you realize that there are different ways in which a person can be entertained. It's like a person has many different segments in their brain, and whenever they do different tasks, their brain lights up. The different centers of their brain will light up depending on what they're doing. And so what you should do then is you can still entertain people, but entertain people in a different manner. So some people want to see action. Some people like to see plot development. Some people want some intrigue. Sometimes people want to be afraid. And so when you're showing them, like a movie or something like that, then you can take them through these different passages of the movie. And it's almost like listening to it's like an orchestral symphony, right? Orchestral symphonies, and they do opera very often. They have different movements and they have different parts of the music that change and shift. And at no part do they ever decide, well, I guess we're going to have a boring part. You'll notice that I've purposely drawn this part concave, even though I know that anatomically it would be this way, but I draw it concave to show that when you apply a lot of pressure on your hip, it's like the forces on your upper arm want to do that, right? Because you're applying force to this joint to rotate the joint this way, and so I'm purposefully bending that inwards just to show like the pressure that is being applied. And then I can relax the pressure. Yeah, so it's just to get it past that first loop, and then there's like it slides in smoothly. I'm a huge fan of innuendo as opposed to outright drawing it, because for me innuendo is more powerful than drawing the actual thing, because when you draw the actual thing, two things happen. First of all, you wind up making TOS violations. The second reason why is because I feel that the audience's imagination is I put faith in the audience's imagination. I mean that if I give them the right cues, I think that the audience has a stronger potential to imagine what it is that I'm suggesting in a more vivid fashion than I could personally draw. If I tried doing sound effects, then animate to the sound file, like sync the drawings with the spikes in the sounds waveform. I have considered that. I think that you definitely could do that, right? If listening to the sound effects gives you a picture for how the animation should progress, that's fine. And I think there are a lot of there've been times where they'll do, like I know when it comes to lip sync for sure, they'll record the sound first, and then you have to animate to the sounds. So yeah, doing sound first is absolutely a viable thing. But like I say, is that you can work the other way as well. And I like working in this way as well, because I think I have lots of stupid ideas. And the thing is that when I'm doing sound effects, I won't have the ability to put in the stupid ideas. So a lot of times what I'll do when I'm animating is I put in a lot of stupid ideas, and then I alter the timing to make things work, and I delete all the ideas that just don't fit. Those ones wind up on the cutting room floor. So it would make for a much more straightforward type of animation, I think, if I use sound first. So yeah, you can. Your animation will be a lot more straightforward. I think if you're animating on a budget, you might even want to do sound first, because it will really force you to stick to the plan. Whereas I tend to be a person who wants to, well, it's not that I deviate from the plan on purpose. It's just that my best ideas tend to come to me late. They tend to come to me, like after I've got a plan. And then I'm like, oh shit. Well, you know what they say. No plan survives first contact with the enemy. And very often I always like to I keep searching for first contact. I keep taking on jobs that I don't have experience in because I like to learn from them. So the things that I'm really good at though, like they cease to interest me. Because they're just routine. I feel like my neurons start to die off. I'm not saying that routine's a bad thing. I just say that um, once I have something on speed dial, I need to throw something on top to keep me interested. It's like if there's no potential for failure, well then it's just work then. Like there's a reason I don't play video games on easy mode. I'm looking for a challenge. Much better. God. Very satisfying looking at like when the animation just works. Like now it just works. Taking on jobs you had no experience in got you fired all the time. Well, I mean, it's it seems almost stupid. Like, how to explain this? You hire a person who has no experience on a thing, but they may have like there's experience and there's suitability. So sometimes you might hire a worker, and I know that they don't have experience doing a particular thing, but I know they're suitable. And by suitable, it means they've got the right skill set, but they just don't have any experience doing the job itself. So you have to allow for them to make mistakes occasionally. Um, and I think as long as those mistakes are not repeated mistakes, like often repeated, then it's a recoverable one, and it means that they're not going to make that same mistake again, which means now you've got an experienced person, and you'd actually want to keep that person around. So I feel like if you're firing people just because they made a mistake and it was a recoverable mistake and it was a mistake that was like a first time, I can't say that's a great idea, because it's like if you want competent workers, they have to have experience in order to become competent. Like competence always, competence doesn't just magically appear. And unfortunately, I think unfortunately, I'd say that the herd speak mentality kind of doesn't understand this. like if first time failure if first time failure was a criteria for firing somebody, then you know then all of the leadership whichever did the wrong thing during this pandemic should have been fired. Okay, like oh wow. Okay. Um Dealing with clients. I wonder, did you always have to go through an intermediary? Because if you have to go through an intermediary, then the intermediary's job is to kind of, smooth things over between the client and the worker, and to negotiate. And there's like a lot of things that go on with being an intermediary. Personally, I have worked directly with clients for doing art and whatnot, and I mean sometimes all it takes is like simply talking with the client, and unfortunately, knowing how to talk with clients is something that is not taught anywhere. Like nobody, not in school anyway. It's like there are no official channels for learning how to speak with clients, and clients themselves don't have any official means of talking with workers. So, I mean, you can have clients who say, "Well, man, I want to take that worker out to the back and shoot him." Right? I'm like, okay, that's not very productive either. And right, if the client doesn't give you any like reviews or anything, it's like, okay, they're just getting more and more angry until they can't take you anymore, and then it's like that's no good either. No, you need like a direct feedback. Like I say that whenever I work with clients, I need a direct feedback channel. And it's not that I need like constant updates with the client. It's more like I need to talk with the client directly so that we can reach a like an understanding of the work to be done. Hmm. Oh wow. And well, this is the other thing, right? Is that if the client's notorious for pressing on being very vague, then it is also the company's, so the company that you're working for, it's also their duty to recognize this and to protect their workers from whimsical clients. Because I mean, like, look, if somebody comes off the street, some Joe Job off the street comes along and begins abusing the company, right? It's like how to explain this? What you don't want is as a company owner, you don't want to have some nightmare of a client come on who's going to throw all of your workers into disarray and get them all fired. Okay, it's like great. Now your entire workforce has been destroyed, laid waste to by a single client. It's like that's fucking stupid. So you can't be a rollover, can't be a rollover vendor. Like that's why I say it's like you need, there needs to be, um, there needs to be a desire of the company to actually want to hang on to its staff. Except in extreme cases where the client has, sorry, not the client, if the worker has failed to provide in situations where they were, they knew exactly what they had to provide. They were properly facilitated with the tools and the time and whatnot, and there was adequate communications the whole way through. Like, I mean, getting rid of a person, it's not some little thing. It takes a lot to fire a person. And so, you have to make sure that it's a proper dismissal. Like, you got to have a really good case to dismiss that person. Like, that's why they have things like wrongful dismissal, suits and stuff. Yeah. They did. Wait. Maybe I'll make it so that it's like alternating twinkles. So one's like that. Oh, okay. I should have really just tested it out with a single one before blasting it on 5 of them. I love manual animation. It's yeah, it's more work, but it's very enjoyable work. It's very relaxing. I might leave some of this animation like really rough, just on purpose, because number one, I don't. Let's see here. If I turn off my light table, it'll look a lot cleaner now. Maybe I'll clean it up still. Yeah, we'll see how it is. Uh-oh. Oh, I have to let go of the thing. I'll bring it down to like 1 frame instead of 3 frames. At least this way I can see a little bit more clearly. Oops, we got a bit of slide going on here. Let's fix that up. Trying to anchor that foot down a little bit better. even if it's just the heel. It's like this leg is really simplified. It's like, yes, I know that the anatomically correct leg would have a bit of ass cheek and it would look like this, okay? But this does not show as much tension as this. This shows more tension. So it's like there are things that happen in animation where if you just illustrated it, it would lose the sense of exaggeration. Like if you wanted to show a sense of straining, which is what I'm doing. To me, to exaggerate something does not just mean to draw the curves more curvy. It means you're exaggerating the forces required to move an object, and you're showing exaggerated physical action. It's like if somebody's lifting an object, you make that object like 5 times heavier. You'll notice like the shoulder, I'll raise the shoulder or even make it. Right, you can see I'm just kind of really jamming that shoulder up. I could also take this joint, which is doing this, and on the next frame, well, let's see. Yeah, on the next frame, I could. Well, if I was going to maintain this, then I would actually break the joint and bend it back like this. But I'm not going to exaggerate that much. And I think when you start out with animation, it's good to start out with over exaggeration, and then later, as time goes by and you do more of this stuff, you can then learn subtlety. But yeah, a lot of times when I see a lot of students when they animate, they tend to underdo it, and then their drawing looks really stiff and lifeless. Could you introduce some anatomical detail without compromising too much? Well, then in that case, if you wanted to do that, you can still, you could introduce the anatomical detail, but try and stretch it out like that. Right. Whereas if you allow this to occur, right? It's like how to explain this, is that if you wanted to, you could do this. If the person's leg is flexed, then you can, then you can really get your anatomical detail in there. And then when they stretched out, then you would you would stretch it out more. So that's how I would do it. So the thing about the anatomical detail is that when the leg is compressed, you can exaggerate the anatomical detail, but when you pull it straight, then you reduce it. So it's almost like if you take a rubber glove, if you compress the rubber glove, it becomes more bulbous. But if you stretch it out, all the features stretch out. So what you can do is you can actually introduce anatomical detail on the compression frame in order to create a greater contrast with the stretched frames. So with stretching, you would reduce anatomical detail, and then with compression, you would enhance it. Like here, I can imagine, you can enhance the detail by drawing in the actual toes, because a lot of weight is being applied on the ball of the foot. So wherever there's compression, you would enhance it. So in this case, you can see how I'm really, really enhancing the right. Like here's where I would really, really enhance the anatomical detail. Is like he's like I even have like the finger like going. Yeah, yeah. It's about the contrast. So animation is very often about the differences between the extremes. Is that there's an extreme compression and an extreme extension, and so it's like no frame stands alone. The frames have to look good in relation to each other. And draw a couple hairs. Yeah, really, really channeling like Nickelodeon here. Like I've got his shoulders like past his fucking head. And that's the thing is it's anatomical detail, but it's not anatomical correctness. You never seen someone. Neither have I. Never seen someone with hairs on their elbow, but it looks funny. That's why I do it, right? It's like I'm just. Oh god. There's something about drawing hairs on a thing that makes you feel like you're seeing detail. It's kind of like, um, it's almost like the opposite effect of the excessive censorship effect. Like when people will take, um, you ever seen those meme gifs of like, they have like a boyfriend and a girl standing next to each other, and then they like hold hands, but when their hands touch, it puts like a mosaic over their hands, and it like somehow looks lewd with the excessive censorship. It's almost like that, right? It's like you go in there and you throw in extra detail where it really doesn't belong, and it has kind of like a weird jarring effect on you. So yeah, you can do that. Like drawing ass cheeks as well is like another thing. Hairy ass cheeks. Oh gosh. You might want to seek medical attention for that condition. And it's like here's another thing is that yeah, there's 5 fucking toes on the foot. You don't have to draw all 5 fucking toes on the foot. But if you want like I explain it. This is malicious compliance at work. Okay. So what I mean by malicious compliance in the case of drawing is people will say, well, there's 5 toes. And you're like, okay, bitch, you wanted 5 toes? Here, I'll draw all 5 fucking toes, even though I'm not supposed to. I'm going to give you what you want. So basically, this is a way of drawing and applying malicious compliance to your drawing for comedic purposes. It's a way of complying, but not in a way that people want. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna draw that 5th fucking toe. There you go. You happy? Oh. Oh, you are seeking medical attention. That's why you're watching. Well, I don't know if I'm a good source for medical attention for orange balls. Yeah, we got to be careful here because I mean, if this goes any further, YouTube's probably going to put a notification on the underside of my video which says something about like it's going to direct to like a Wikipedia page on orange balls or something. Can I like point to the Wikipedia page on localized ball jaundice? Oh yeah, we need the freaking. Just for like a frame. You see the contrast between that and that? It's amazing. And you know what? What's funny is that like with this amount of movement, you think he's gonna throw that thing into the fuck into like in his space. It just kind of goes up a little bit. Let's play it. Oh god, amazing, amazing. I'm gonna draw the little window of his helmet. There we go. Only his nose pokes through. There we go. Reminds me, there's like a Reddit called "Thanks, I Hate It." Like when we draw all those details, like yeah, thanks, I hate it. See, this is where you like you pull out the you have to pull out all the your anatomy knowledge. Like his nose is like sticking out through the glass. Oh, amazing. So mangled. Oh, there's a Facebook group called "Why Would You Draw?" Oh my goodness. Oh my god. You know what? This guy looks like a he looks like a character, like I don't know, like a character or a he looks like a contestant from one of those wacky Japanese game shows. Just for like this moment there. You almost fell asleep writing yourself. Oh boy, that's rough. That's not a good sign. Of course, whenever I write a script, like my scripts are disturbingly simple. Like you saw the script that I wrote for this thing. Like I have no illusions about this thing being a piece of trash culture. Sorry, I mean I have no illusions about this being anything but a piece of trash culture. I'm doing it mostly for fun. Yeah. Yep. Story development's a nightmare. Mm. Well, sometimes, like for me, I found that the hardest part of story writing is when I get a whole bunch of these cool ideas and I'm trying to find a way to keep them all. Which means, that's when you gotta throw some of those cool ideas out. It's like for me, I would have a whole bunch of these cool ideas and I would write all these stupid reasons to keep the cool ideas in. And so that would, for me, would be like the biggest problem. What is the point of art and why do people create art? That's a question that we answered earlier, but I'd be happy to give you a replay of that. Um, so the thing is that to me, art is the bridge between thoughts and reality. So whenever you have a thought, and I don't mean THOT, I mean a THOUGHT. Whenever you have a thought, you're the only one who has any, like, you're the only one who knows that that thing ever existed. And thoughts are fleeting. Thoughts sometimes just vanish, and there'll never be any like evidence that that thought ever existed. And it's because there's no objective footprint left in reality. And so art exists to take your thoughts or take any thought or concept and put it into a medium, right? You're going to catch lightning in a jar and it's going to leave objective evidence that that thought actually occurred. And when there is objective evidence of a thought, then it makes it possible for other people to see that objective evidence of the thought and actually act upon it. So that's why I say that the purpose of art is to act as the bridge between the realm of thought, which is impermanent, and to create a permanent record of it and to bridge it into reality. And so, I mean, if you don't have any, thoughts that you think are worth saving, then art might not be so useful for you. I mean, like creation of art might not be as useful for you. Art is very much about recording ideas. Like look, I have a lot of stupid jokes in my mind when it comes to, like, this whole animation is a fucking stupid joke. All right. But the thing is that the idea is just, wouldn't it be funny if this, right? That's what it is. Wouldn't it be funny if, and so when I make an animation, I'm making a concrete record of this funny idea. And also filling in some of the gaps, right? Because whenever you make a concrete record, you start realizing, well, what about this little piece that I left out? And what about that little piece that I left out? And putting it into a structure and formatting it in a way that is easy for people, easy to present to other people, easy for people to ingest the idea. And then it means that other people can share it in this stupid joke. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, some people say it's a mirror. I like to say it's a recording device. It's because it creates something that's permanent, or at least semi-permanent, much more permanent than thoughts are anyway. Well, you talk to script writers, and when you talk about writing, they behave like you just brought trash. Then I would say learn to script write yourself, and don't give them your ideas. Yeah. But like script writing and screenwriting, like for me, screenwriting it's a formatting. It's a way to format your story in such a way that it will make it ready for a screenplay, ready for a screen. It means describing all the actions that need to occur, all of the pictures that we need to get a collection of pictures that are going to convey the idea. And that's what screenwriting is for me. Screenwriting is well, we need a shot of an empty road out in Nevada, and in the distance we hear some engines roaring, and then a Cadillac comes blasting over the curve, around a curve, and flies over, and as it lands, it crashes down, and its suspension grates across the ground, showering a bunch of sparks behind it. And 5 seconds later, another car, a cop car, comes blaring, sirens blaring, flying around the same curve, and it too, crashes. And that's what a screenplay is, right? Is that screenplay takes something like a policeman is chasing some hardened criminals around a corner, blah blah blah, like they're chasing them down a desert pass, and there's some bank robbers, something like that, and there's a shooter. Like there's all these. That's what the story is, right? But for me, the screenwriting is about taking all that and then digesting it down to a series of images, which you could then create a storyboard for, and then you could eventually hire some actors and cameramen to shoot the darn thing. So that's what screenwriting is. Yeah, but you like what I mean by formatting. Formatting is not, exterior day 12 o'clock. It's not that. Okay, if you want to deal with formatting, then get Fade In. All right, Fade In is a very, very nice screenwriting program. It will help you conform to the proper formatting. It will take care of that stuff for you. Fade In is very, very good program for that. I know there's another one that everybody else uses, but I think it's way overpriced, and I think Fade In, for what it does and for the price, Fade In is way, 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 way better. Hang on. There's like a screenwriting app, and it's here, Fade In Pro. Okay, if you want to deal with the formatting correctly, get this software. This software is like, how much is it? Wow. Like Final Draft. Final Draft was what it was. Yeah, so it's on special now. Final Draft was sorry. Yeah. And once you buy it, it's like your updates are free. This is not some fucking subscription thing. Yeah, Final Draft. Oh, they're already talking about volume licensing, really. All right. It's like, what? Really? They won't even fucking tell you the price. Minimum user count for a site license is 5 users. Are you fucking kidding me? You can't buy it for just one person? Okay. Oh, man, they won't even fucking tell you. Yeah, like this shit's expensive as fuck. Like, it's a bad sign when they don't tell you the price right off the bat. Final Draft 12. Full license, so it's 175 on sale, 249 regular price. So yeah, fucking just Crazy, yeah. Yeah, you could use Trelby. Yeah, 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 yeah. There was Caltex. Yeah, that one was free for a time. I don't know about now. I don't know if it's Celtex or Caltex. But yeah, this is another one. But yeah, I mean, if you want to deal with formatting, just use a piece of software that enforces the formatting, and then you don't have to memorize that shit. Wow, looks like they sold out to Microsoft. Okay, so they have enterprise plans. Script writing. Look at that, and it's per month for first year. So, so yeah. So normally it's 15 then a year. So if we were to say 15 times 12, it's $180. It's already at the it's already just for screenwriting alone. It's at the price of like Final Draft, or it's starting to rival that price. So yeah, that's why I'm like, if you want like a paid product that's actually really good, then there's Fade In, and then if you want to use a Trelby, yeah. I don't know anything. I can't vouch for Trelby though. I don't have it. Causality, yeah. Yeah. And then there's Artisy Draft is another one. That one actually is for nonlinear script writing for video games. So there's Artisy Draft. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So if you want to do screenwriting, yeah, just use a piece of screenwriting software that will enforce the formatting. But then there's also the concept of how to write for screenwriting, and knowing how to write things as pictures. That takes a little bit of while to understand. Like there's certain things you can't do. Like you couldn't like sometimes when people think things, right? Like a lot of times whenever you're dealing with novels, in a novel, a person thinks a thing, and you can't really shoot the thinking of a thing unless they are dreaming about a thing. And if they're dreaming about a thing and there's a dream sequence, then okay, you can shoot it, right? But if you want to say, well, he picked up the phone reluctantly, it's like, how do you fucking write that? How do you shoot that, right? So I mean, he picked up the phone reluctantly. What is reluctantly? How does that translate? Right? You could say that, the phone rang, the first thing he did is, right? Like fucking flinched when the phone rang, right? Flinched when the phone rang. He let the phone ring for about 3 times, let out a sigh, picked up the phone. Do you see how that works for screenwriting, right? Is I don't just say he picks up the phone reluctantly. I say winced when the phone rang. He let the phone ring 3 times, let out a sigh, picked up the phone. So you find ways to say things that are happening in a person's head, but a way to express it as actions and things that you can take a picture of, things that you could film, and then you could put that into your film. So, and you don't even have to, like, you could say it's, from behind, from in front, or whatever. I don't really worry too much about that. I worry more about, what are we shooting? Like, what's the action? What are the things that must come through? The stuff about whether or not it's going to be from behind or in front or whatnot, that I would leave not for screenwriting, but for storyboards. Because when you do storyboards, then you really get to see, and you're like, no, it doesn't work from the behind shot. It's like tears rolled down his face, behind shot. You can't see the tears rolling down his face because it's a behind shot, right? It's like, you have to storyboard that shit out. So, and there's certain things like, trying not to break the 180 axis rule and those sorts of things. It's like you'll only really make sense of that during the storyboard process. Yeah, and that's probably another thing is that like your initial draft, I wouldn't even worry about the formatting. Like a lot of times when I work in something like fade in, um, I'll just tell it, just use unformatted text. Just fucking vomit your ideas onto the page in unformatted fashion. And then once that's done, then you can go over the thing and you can begin formatting the text as you go along and correcting things as you go along. In fact, I would highly suggest you do that as opposed to formatting as you go. Just if you're going to do like a scene, just hurl the whole scene onto the page, right while the iron's hot, and then format it afterwards. Like, don't let the formatting slow you down. I hope you're seeing like maybe a bit of a common theme here. Like, when I do the animation and I'm like just shitting stuff onto the page, like most of the art is just like the most important part of the art is getting the fucking idea out of your head before it fades. Yeah. Hell yes. This other guy's like doing his hip thrusts while he waits. And then on that last bit, when he like when he's inserting the thing into his backpack, I'm gonna have him like have a stagger. It's gonna go. But first, I have to animate it smoothly, and then I'm gonna take the frames and I'm gonna like start swapping them so that it does the reverse. It does the stagger. Yeah, yeah. That's another thing is that I don't like to have drawings that are too like these blue line drawings. You'll notice that I don't want to refine them to the point where they look like finished drawings because otherwise when I do the black line, I'll just be tracing. And then you get some really like good and dead lifeless lines. So I kind of like to leave some things a little open to interpretation when I'm putting in those black lines. This is again one of those moments where it's just like, I know he's wearing a fucking spacesuit, but I'm just gonna make the anatomy show through for comedic effect. Because this is a compression phase, right? It's where like arms in compression now. Fucking hairs on the elbow. You know, the reason I enjoy animation is, yeah, it does take a while, but I find that good animation is a thing where I can watch the damn thing looped and it just be mesmerized by it. That's what I like about good animation. It's like I could never animate a feature film because there would obviously be some boring scenes that had to stay boring. But I got to do animations where there's something interesting happening, and it's cool to watch it on loop. I think for me, like I'm not very fond of like a lot of the Western styles, the current Western styles of comic book animation, but I'm heavily skewed towards enjoying something like enjoying manga, or I might enjoy a lot of the like the European styles. Some of the European styles are really really good, but yeah, it's just I'm not so crazy about like the Marvel DC way that they draw the superheroes. It's because it feels mass, like you can kind of sense the mass production, and it's just not particularly appealing. It's kind of like it's like feels like stock realism, and I feel like stylistically, a lot of it is kind of decided in a boardroom, and I'm just not really fond of that look. I can't sense the artist behind it. Now, mind you, I mean, there was a time when I really enjoyed it. When like I would enjoy uh like what's it J. Scott Campbell and Alex Garnett, like their stuff was pretty awesome. I enjoyed that. Joe Madureira, I enjoyed his stuff as well. But nowadays it's like I don't know if those guys are still working or what. So yeah, like I just feel that the problem is, I think a lot of those comics that are done like Western comics, I think a lot of them are outsourced. Like they outsource them to other countries, like they literally will outsource to like third world countries, because like those are the only artists they can find who will do their stuff for the interiors. I mean, I need to draw this thing like when he's stuffing it in, it needs to do this. It needs to go like, it needs to go like, you know what I mean? It's got the sides have to bow out a bit. It's got to go. Boomp. Yeah, it can't just slide in effortlessly like that. It's gotta fucking compress and go. Oh yeah, yeah. That's another thing, right? It's like manga actually has fan service. Imagine that. Like manga can actually have spicy drawings. And then the other thing is that manga is like not just super like they have their superhero theories, but I mean they got theories about fucking mahjong and golfing, and there's detective series, and there's like some sci-fi, they got some dystopian stuff, they got slice of life, they got ones about cooking, they got like a fucking cooking manga. Um they've got historical ones, like ones which are Golden Kamuy. Holy fucking shit. Golden Kamuy's amazing. You want to see like a good hardcore fucking crazy action historical, like Golden Kamuy. Good stuff. So, yeah. Hmm. And the thing is that like I know how in Japan like it's a really hard life to be a mangaka. Very very hard life. Like it's the competition's real stiff, and if you're a mangaka, like they will work you into the fucking ground. Um, but be that as it may, they make some really good fucking shit. And I just feel like drawing as a culture in Japan is a lot more, I don't know, ubiquitous, meaning you'll see it everywhere. Like I remember you go into an elevator and there are like little, if you go into an elevator or if you're like at the train on the doors with the sliding doors, there's like little stickers on there and they have illustrations of fucking crabs, and they're like, don't get your fucking hands pinched by the doors. Like, they've got illustrations everywhere. And I like that. Like, even their fucking, their road signs and stuff, like their construction signs have like cute illustrations on them. So it's like, that's what I mean. It's like they've got a lot more illustration everywhere. Like art is much more of a way of life there. Like it's everywhere. And there's more styles too. That's another thing. Is I wouldn't say like there's like the thing is that I can tell in more instances I could tell the artists apart. Yeah. My top 10 mangas. Oh gosh. Okay. There's one called well, Golden Kamuy is one of them, obviously. I mentioned that one. Um there's another one, Miruko-chan. That one's fucking amazing. So, yeah, Miruko-chan is that's a really good one. It's 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 about the girl who can see ghosts. She can see ghosts, but nobody else can. And she has to like pretend that whenever she sees a fucking ghost, like that she doesn't see it. So this one's really really good. And there's like an artist on Pixiv that does it. Um, okay, what else do I like? Hang on, I have to look at my. This is the problem. I got like, here we are. This is the problem. Is that I follow a lot of them, but it's like if it's top 10. Actually, there's another one that I think of. Ajin was fucking awesome too. So Ajin's another good one. This one's like fucking good hard-boiled action. What's another good one? Oh yeah. Yeah. Like just for the art alone. It's the guy with the revolver on his head. No Guns Life. That's the one. The artwork in No Guns Life is pretty fucking good. Yeah. I think Miruko-chan also got a manga as well. Yeah, the artwork in this is like really stellar. Story's okay, but like the fucking art is like amazing, amazing stuff. There's another one that I like as well, and the art is not. Oh yeah, actually no, the art is extremely cultured. I can't show it on here. It's holy shit, let me get it. Yeah, the art is where is it? Where is it? Came out not that long ago. Oh, Yanchigal's pretty fun. Let's see, where's the other one? Oh god, that's another good one. Okay, holy shit. There's a all right. So there's a manga called okay, so probably my favorite one. There's this manga called From Now On We Begin Ethics. This one's really, really good. This fucking thing. It's a like for story, fucking stellar. Art's pretty good. Art's pretty fucking good. What else do I have in my list? And they're not listed in any order. I'm just like picking out the ones that I know are real. Tsugumomo. That one's extremely cultured. All right. It's I don't know if the story's not the obviously I don't read it for the fucking story. Okay. That's a very cultured manga. Koi Ryuko, Delicious in Dungeon. Delicious in Dungeon. This fucking series. Art is pretty top notch. It's about a bunch of dungeon adventurers who run out of provisions and they start eating the monsters they kill in the dungeon. And so they cook them. So it's always I guess the formula that they do is they have an encounter with a new creature, they have to fight the fucking thing, find a way to kill it, and then they got to find a way to eat it. So, yeah. Delicious in Dungeon. Really, really good. I highly, highly recommend it. Artwork is the story is good. The artwork's great. Yeah, fucking worth it. Do they have they have a fucking anime for it? Okay, but I like the manga for it. Oh god, let's see what else we got. Rolling. Yeah. Yanchigal. This one's pretty fucking. The hands are really well drawn and very cultured. Very, very cultured. Amazing drawing on these. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's Komi-san. Komi-san. I enjoyed the early ones, but you know it's kind of settled down, I guess, and I'm not as into it. Oh fuck. What's the other one that I really like? I gotta load more. Oh yeah. Um, Rebuild World. So Rebuild World is another art's great, story's pretty good. It actually comes from a light novel, and I've been following the light novel, so I've been really enjoying this one. Again, the artwork's it is supremely cultured. Oh God, Mato Seihei no Slave. I can't put this one on stream. Yeah, that one is extremely cultured and very, very, very good. Yeah, Mato Seihei no Slave. Story's like, but obviously it's not one that I would read for the story. Oh, Heart Gear. This is one that I rediscovered recently. Heart Gear. Solid story. Artwork is pretty good. Pretty good, pretty cute. Oh God, there's another one as well. Where is it? Yeah, okay. The Dangers in My Heart, also known as Bokuyaba. Yeah. I love this one as well. I love the artwork in it. Artwork's really nice, really simple art, and I like the story. Just a good romance. It's a fucking romance. And I really enjoy it. Like fucking romance, slice of life. But again, the artwork can be pretty cultured at times. Like the thing is I have like, how many do I have on my watch? Let's see. How do I know? I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to find out like folders. No, no. How do I? I'm trying to figure out how many series I have like on watch. Okay. No, not folders. Come on. Oh my goodness, it's really pokey. Oh, there's no count. It doesn't tell me exactly how many I'm reading. Damn it. Um, if you like isekai, but you want something that's a little bit unusual, oh, where's that one? Oh, Frierin's good, but that's not an isekai though. Radiation House is good. That one's a slice of life, but it's also really good. Um, Chainsaw Man's pretty fucking awesome. Jagan, that's a good one. Sobote Kawasubeshi. Holy shit, I forgot about this one. Sobote Must Die. Yeah. Yeah, Sobote Must Die is actually a really, 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 really. This is like one of the epic. I consider it to be like a fucking epic manga, and it's still going, and it's done like old school. If you want old school, get fucking Sobote. That one's really, really good, and that artist has like a few other series that are like mint. Yeah. Um. Right. As for the isekai, the unusual isekai that I also enjoy is Yajin Tensei. And this is like a guy who just it's a guy who knows karate in a fantasy world. And the thing about it is I know there's another one called Karate Baka Isekai. That one kind of goes and does ridiculous stuff, whereas I find that Yajin Tensei is much more grounded. It's like if there was such thing as hard fantasy fiction, Yajin Tensei would be it. Yeah. Yeah, there's Fire Punch. Yeah, Fire Punch is by the guy who does this Chainsaw Man. I like Chainsaw Man even more. Um yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, One Punch Man. One Punch Man is hilarious. No, One Punch Man is definitely up there. I mean, it's got Murat. it's is it he's the guy who did Eye Shield 21. Yeah. Eye Shield 21, one of the old classic mangas, right? It's like football manga. It was Eye Shield 21. And yeah, and then he went on to make One Punch Man. And then there's even the original like one comic is pretty good, right? Like the art is really simple. It's kind of funny though. It's like one's art has gotten definitely has gotten better. And the guy has good vision. So I'm actually kind of I'm I'm impressed to see how far he's come. Right? It's like it's actually really nice to see. It's really nice to see that both of those artists are inspiring each other, and you can definitely tell. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Murata. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Murata. He's really good. Um, please don't bully me, Nagatoro. That one, I like the early ones. I still, you know what I think is this is that it's hipster fatigue. That's what it is. Is I enjoy Nagatoro as a manga. I haven't followed the anime, but sometimes it's like when something goes super mainstream and everyone's talking about it, I get hipster fatigue on it. It's still very good. Okay, it's still very good. Let's face it. But I'm getting a slight bit of hipster fatigue on Nagatoro, and same thing with Komi-san. Oh, Jigoku Raku. That one finished. That one's really good. It's like Hell's Paradise. Yeah. Jigo Jigokuraku. Yeah, I can't tell you like what's my top 10 because I'm always like scrolling through. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that one. That one was really fucking good. So it's kind of hard. Um, and then there's some where it's like I enjoyed the early ones and then I fell out of it. And then yeah, so it's not so easy. And then there are some that I'm like I fucking love the artwork in them, but then the story's not that great. Like um, oh, Great Priest Imhotep. Yeah, it's called I am Im. Great Priest Imhotep. I don't know if that one ever got a manga. I don't. I feel like I've never heard anyone talk about it. The artwork in that one and the story in that one is very good. I feel like that's flown under a lot of people's radar, and so it's like, well, if you wanna know about like if you are having hipster fatigue with all of the ones which have already been reached popularity, yeah, Great Priest Imhotep, really good. Um, yeah, Great Priest Imhotep. Story on that one's actually really good. Let's see. And Golden Kamuy would probably never come here because it's like a little too fucking. It's it's fucking hardcore. Yeah, Radiation has been pretty good. There's a Chainsaw Man 2? Oh fuck, they're continuing it. Oh, page deleted. Huh. Damn. Rip. Yeah, Frieren, Beyond Journey's End. It's not an isekai. It's more like an after they've beaten the final boss, what happens next. So Frieren, Frieren. Yeah, Frieren, Beyond Journey's End. Highly recommended. Good story and very enjoyable. There's a lot of like slice of life ones that I'm into as well. Just they got good art and good story and yeah, Jugoku Raku. Like I think that's another one that's probably flown under people's radar. I'm pretty sure people have probably watched Yojo Senki, the anime, but I tell you, the artwork does not do the manga justice. Read the goddamn manga, and then you'll see like, holy shit, the anime's like art is really bad. So yeah, Senki is another one. Oh yeah, Vagabond is good. Vagabond, that's a long running series. That's a long running series. Yeah, I call it. Yeah, if something gets overhyped, I get lose. Yeah, I call it hipster fatigue because I'm like a fucking hipster. I'm like, yeah, I like that shit before it was popular. So yeah, no, I suffer that. Oh, Kasane, Kasane, Kasane. That one. That's a good fucking. That's a good crime drama. Read Kasane. That one is fucking mint, mint. Very good. And again, if you're a hipster, if you're a hipster like me, then you'll probably enjoy it. Yeah, it's like one of those ones that I think is it's like they could make a TV drama out of that. When I look at it, it's like, oh yeah, they could that could be like a cable series or a good TV drama. Same thing with like same thing with Golden Kamuy. That could be like a TV series as well. I think they got a manga, like sorry, an anime for it as well. Yeah, and I'm trying to leave out the ones that I liked, but then kind of fell out of because like sometimes they lose their way. I find this happens a lot with isekai series. They'll have a really good start and then they go and they fall into their formula. Mm-hmm. Fujimoto one shot manga. Look back, there's a lot of good one shots out there too. Like sometimes the one shots are better than the regular series because they give you the like they don't overstay their welcome. Sometimes I'm actually glad that I never like I'm glad I don't have like the eyes of a zillion people on me, right? Like I'm glad I'm not under a microscope. So in some ways, like I'm really glad the channel never kind of blew up, and I'm happy to keep it that way. Because the thing is, if the channel blew up, it's like I'd have to pay attention to it. And quite frankly, I'm not nearly smart enough to come up with regular content. Unless it's, animation, which naturally takes a while. Whoops. I did the wrong. Okay, let's try it again. There we are. The toe moves first. There we go. Now it can slip like that and boop, boop. Yeah, the foot drifted. Now I'm just making that foot scooch over a bit. Why does some anime have bad pacing in their animation? I don't know. Could you give an example? Like, it could be for a variety of reasons, and I think it might be situational as to why they might have bad pacing in the animation. That's why. And I know it's hard sometimes to come up with examples on speed dial. It's like you try and ask me, what are my 10 favorite manga? And I'm like, Oh, do I have any advice on rotating cubes in perspective? Sure. Yeah, actually, yeah. I can take a short break from animation to answer questions. So rotating cubes in perspective. So there's there's numerous ways in which you can rotate a cube, but a rotation generally involves an arc, or at least a circular pathway. So let's say I'm going to take a cube and we're going to rotate it around this framework here. We're going to rotate it around this pivot point. So in this case, I can take like this dot here, right? And I'm just going to turn on my light table here. Okay, so it starts here, and I'm going to make it go to the middle. So I'm going to motion blur this. I'm purposely going to motion blur this cube corner going around. So there, and and this one I'm going to just move it. So we're moving in like 45-degree sweeps like this. And maybe, did I miss a frame? I did. So, okay. All right, so we have this going on now. And then the next thing I could do is I could draw another motion blurred part, which is like 45 degrees over. And we'll just, it feels about right here. And then this one goes about there. So you'll see how I'm trying to keep these two together, right? I'm trying to keep this little edge, more or less together. Yeah, it feels kind of like that. And then this one kind of Yeah, and then I can kind of jump through. Oh, here we are. Here's the other side. And we can always figure out, like by going through the middle, where the other corner is. And that feels about right. And we'll go through the middle. That gives us that bit. That goes to the middle. You'll notice like what I'm doing is I'm just using that center piece and I'm using the arc as like a pathway. It just, this whole thing just keeps the framework together. And I can do that, and then I can figure out, okay, so there's that corner, and then there's like another corner here, another corner there. There we go. We can flip there. So the first thing I'll do is I'll actually try to rotate a square. That's like the most feels about right here. And again, I'm not trying to like super cleanly do this. There's no need to, because I'm just trying to feel it out. Oh yeah, that feels about right. About there, yeah, that kind of goes through like that. One up there. Oh, we lost, hang on. Here we are, we lost a corner. Yeah. You'll notice that sometimes I don't, it's like, even though I go through here, I'm like, this is kind of wrong. I need to correct it by shoving it a little bit higher up. Oops, that one didn't feel right. There we are. Okay, so now that I have this, that goes up there. The cube more or less feels about right. And then we're going to see that side. Okay, and then we need an in-between. So with the in-between, I can throw that. So we're going from here to here to here. So now I got to figure out where the corners are. So it's somewhere. This is why I use the blurred corners, right? So I can say it's somewhere in there. I can say, let's start with this bit here. Okay. And, you know, flipping back and forth helps a bit as well. Yeah, there we are, right? You just got to feel that sense of rotation. And I don't like to spend too long on any single frame, because if I do, then I start losing a sense of the motion. So that goes there. This has to be around here. Out there. And the other thing you can do is, if you're trying for a more difficult perspective. Okay, so that goes there-ish. Right. When you're doing difficult perspectives, you can draw ellipse pairs like that. And then you can try and construct you can inscribe your cube. Right, between the two. You just pair them up like that. You can see that. That's like that. And you just keep repeating the process, and eventually it'll get done. And then if you wanted to do, like, say, bonus round. Let's say you wanted to rotate a cube this way. And once you have that, you can figure out, oh, there, that goes this way. Let's say you want to rotate this thing around this pivot point. So the same thing follows. That. All right, so I'm going to take that point, add in a frame, and if I need to rotate it by that much, then I know, right, I got to create a 90-degree angle, and feels like it should be around there, right? Something, oh, this thing's not very cubic. I gotta raise that up a bit. So there's corrections to do as well. It's like, if the things aren't working right, then you might have to mash the cubes or mash the points around until it looks right. Better. And even then, this feels like it's a little stretched out this way, so I'm gonna say fuck that. If it looks a little too stretched out, then make corrections. Like a lot of it is just approximation. Okay. So if I find the in-between, like you got to use your feelings, Luke. And the thing is that this corner will always be the same. Whoa, I'm fucked up. Okay, so I would say, okay, so if we're having problems with this cube getting taller and shorter, then what you can do is draw your framework. Oops. Gotta go down a layer. Draw your framework as a large cube, and then draw the next circle above on the top face. So this will give you a more stronger reinforced guideline or a set of guides. There we go. And now now that I have this, I can right. So that's only half of the positions. I need to make this whole thing look like a square. Now that it actually feels like a proper square plane, I can use this as a framework of reference to construct the rest of the cube. So the whole thing has to feel like a cube always. I need to maybe push that out a bit more. That's a little better. I feel like I can extend this out a bit more though, because we're running out of page space. That's another thing, right? Get used to going off the page if something is like really close, right? Because it was feeling a little too narrow, and I'm like, no, I need to shove that out. So you always have to kind of, if you find that you're running into the edge of the page, just let it go off the edge. Fine, I drew it a little too big, too bad. I'd rather draw too big than out of perspective. How does Kim Jong-gi do this without the ellipse? Does he do animation though? Question. Because I know he does illustration. And like, what I can do, like if I work without the ellipse, then I might do something like this. Is this what you were looking for? Because this is not just rotating cubes. This is actually, making them move through space. And Okay, how do you do it without vanishing points? This is because start drawing cues as a no. Okay, so vanishing points are only necessary when you have two lines, or when you have two or more lines which are parallel. And so, for the most part, I draw without any vanishing points. What I can tell you is you have to learn how to take the L. So take the L means to understand the L shapes. L shapes are, well, if you look at this cube, this whole cube is covered in the letter L. And it's not just an L, it's a 90-degree angle. An L shape is a 90-degree angle shape. This is a 90-degree angle bend. And the line spatially is always the same distance. This distance here is the same as this distance up here. That's an L shape. And the box or the cubes are entirely made out of these L shapes. And if you know how to turn them around, then you can use them to construct and reconstruct any part of the box. So an example of this is if I just take this L shape and I do this, right? Then I know that this obtuse angle is really just the top of a box that looks like that. And I know, oh, okay, well, once I do that, that implies that an L shape here, this is a cross, right? It's like I can figure, oh, once I see this L shape here, I can figure out where this one is. And once I see, these two angles, I can figure out, well, sorry, let me draw them. Once I see these two lines, I think, oh, okay, well, that allows me to project that one down. And then once I see, let's say these two lines, I can just join the line there. And once I see these two lines, I can kind of figure out, well, I think, right? Like, where should that dot go? Should it go here? No, it shouldn't, right? Like, when I place the dot, I'm like, okay, should it go here? No, it shouldn't, right? Should it go here? I'm purposely doing this wrong, right? No, it shouldn't, right? So, I kind of have this feeling of knowing, like, if I'm going to complete this shape, I just kind of feel like it should kind of go. And I'm purposely drawing, like, showing this line thing that it's like, well, I feel like this is the most cubic shape right there. Right? That's where it should more or less go. It's an estimate. And then the other thing is that if I were to take, let's say, this shape here, and I draw a spoke sticking out of that, well, then we now have the ability to figure out, oh, okay, that's one possible L shape. Here's another one as it goes towards us. Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one. And another one. And another one. Right. So any one of these shapes now can be used to tell you, oh, okay, well, that goes out like that. And then there's that, which goes that way. Right. So anytime you're seeing these lines, I can say, oh, okay, that one does that, that does that. So it's like the ability to reconstruct cubes with like minimal information. And if you're looking at, let's say, a series of L shapes, let's say we start with something like this. Right. So this one basically means you're looking at the box like top down almost. This one here means that you're looking at something that's like this. This one looks like you're looking at that. This one like that. The ability to like, and then here we could even take these shapes and we could do this. We could say start them like this. Right. So something like this could be. Right. Now we're turning it this way. And we can even reverse it as well. So this implies that if you were to complete the box, or I could even do this. Right? I could make it so that we're seeing the other side of this. And then this is like an interior face. How do you gain the 3D? Well, what I do first is I get a sense of just a square. So I have a sense of this square, and then I can expand that square into a full cube. But even before I do the square, what I have a really good sense of is actually an ellipse. So if we take an ellipse, right, like a circle or a quarter, and you flip that ellipse around, right, I can do this. I know how to flip the ellipse around, and then if I drew a rectangle or a square in that ellipse, right, this kind of gives me a sense for. And then as to getting the 3D sense of it, there's one more thing that I should talk about, and that is the problem is whenever you look at a piece of paper, you feel like the damn thing's flat because your eyes are telling you it's flat. So this is another important thing, is that like the reason I don't need guidelines and stuff is because when I look at the screen, it's almost like I'm looking at a 3D movie. And so like if we were to look at here, I had like, here we are. I would do exercises like this. I would use my tablet, or if you have your piece of paper, I would look at the tablet at like a weird angle, like from the side. And then I would draw on the tablet, I would draw a bunch of lines that made it look like they were going into space, into hyperspace. Or there's another one from an even more crazy angle. And also, you know, so like I draw a thick line to show that this one is like close. That these are further away. So I affect the lines and make them look like 3D objects. Or I would do, you know, different angles. This is again different angles, and I adjust the brush pressure to again make it feel like these things are coming out at me. So even my individual lines, you know, when I was doing these, when I do these exercises, are adjusted to give a 3D sense. You can do it on traditional paper as well, and things like this as well. So yeah, it's like trying to get yourself to the point where you're actually drawing in the page rather than on the page is also a crucial part that I think a lot of people leave out. So I would say if you want to know, if you want to be able to like, you know, draw accurately and gain that 3D sense, this is crucial. So what I do is I don't I find a way to bridge the perspective that's out here in meat space into the canvas, and I make it so that I connect the two spaces together. So that is a crucial thing, is knowing how to connect the space that you occupy to the space that's on the paper. That's crucial for understanding. I wouldn't call it understanding perspective. It just means that your sense of perspective extends into the canvas. Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is where I'm like, yeah, take your. Boop, boop. This is like a GIF of the sequence where I would, you know, I would try to carve a box shape into the canvas. So you're pretty much seeing how, like, you're taking your real perspective and you're actually pushing it into the canvas. You're carving a box space. And so whenever you're drawing, like every single line that you draw has to be reinforced by your sense of perspective. So that sense of perspective guides you. And when you can do that, then you don't need rulers as much. Like the reason I would use a ruler would be because I need to draw a line between two exact points and my hand's too damn shaky. Then I'll use a ruler, which is kind of rare. And that's like, I guess if my hand's too shaky, then that's why I have these sorts of exercises. How do you problem solve and create your own drawing exercises? Okay, so I'll give you an example, and maybe you'll get some sense of it. So let's say I have a problem where I'm afraid of the edges of the page. So an example of this would be, sometimes when you draw and you're drawing circles near the edge of the page, you might be inclined to do this. You start drawing smaller and smaller circles towards the edge of the page, or you start finding yourself, doing things like this. Because, oh no, edge of the page, right? And so I would say, okay, well then what you got to do is you got to practice just running off of the fucking edge of the page, right? Like I would say, take the thing that you don't want to deal with, or take that habit and just fucking grind yourself into it. That's often what happens. So it's like you take the fucking bull by the horns and you just impale your face on them. You confront the problem head on. And so my exercises, they force me to confront the exercise. They force me to confront the problem head on and get used to it. So if I'm having difficulty with I can't draw these circles turning around, or I'm having difficulty, with, I'm trying to think of like some of the problems I've had. Right, like sometimes I have a problem where, again, if I'm drawing with a frame like this, and I'm having problems with drawing off the frame, well, then I'll start drawing, a series of boxes. And in this case, it could just be a series of box planes, and I can just go out of the frame, right? Like I'll force myself to overcome something like that. Or I'll do an exercise where if I know that there's something I have difficulty with, then I'll find what is kind of like the essence of the difficulty, and I'll make an exercise that like fucking just plows that. It plows it. So like, let's say I'm having problems drawing straight lines. So I'll be, okay, well, fine. I'll draw a circle. I'll draw a little dot, and then I'll draw straight lines in every fucking direction. And I'll try and make them, as long as possible, or at least as long as I can on the tablet. And I'll do that, right? So again, it's like you take the problem, the one thing you're bad at, and then you force yourself to do it over and over and over again until you're sick of it. Well, not sick of it, until you're used to it. So yeah, that's what drawing exercises are, is that you take the things you're bad at and then you confront them. My goodness, this website's taking forever to load. All right, screw it. Whatever. Yeah. So, and then there's other things where like, a lot of times the exercises that I make are greatly simplified. They're simplified not just to make it easier, but to make it so that like it's like a good litmus test. It's like you had one job. That's the purpose of it. That's the purpose of the exercise. The purpose of the exercise is to take the problem and digest it into a situation where you could call it you have one job. And it means that whenever there's any failure or any shortcoming, then you can tell exactly, what you did wrong. So the example would be like the straight lines, right? It's like all it is drawing straight lines in every direction. Any tips on drawing hair? Yeah. I'd say if you like, I don't try to draw individual hairs. What I'll often do is I'll draw like separate pieces of hair. So an example, and know where the hairline is, but I don't even draw the hairline anymore. I would draw, like if you think of a bowl, right? If you take a bowl and you have the hair as something like that, except that you take the center of the bowl and you push that down. Right? This can be a guide for how the hairs go around. And then the lines don't just have to go like up and around. They can also do this. And you can split. You can split like that. And so there's like generally two ways in which the hair will terminate. It either terminates like with a sharp cutoff, or it will make a V shape like this. So you can do V shapes like this, and then you can do flat. Another one there. And the other thing is that I don't just do regular spacing. Sometimes I will stagger. So this is a staggered edge. And you can leave gaps as well. So that gap will then split. Pretty simple. And if you needed to do like a layered look, then you could draw like, you could literally create another layer. Just work on top. It starts to get really complex, mind you, and I would say work on a separate layer. I'm not working on a separate layer right now. I just changed the color of the thing. But yeah, you can work in like multiple layers as well. I would say that you don't learn perspective. What you do is you train your feeling of perspective. So it means that, like learning usually means let's learn a bunch of facts and then we'll apply a bunch of facts to perspective. I mean, I guess, wait, no, there is one good book. Okay, there's one good book, and I'll bring it out. I had one really good book on perspective, and I sure as hell hope I didn't lend it to somebody. There was like a comic book. I'm trying to find it. There it is. This one. This one. This one's really good. The one by David Chelsea. Okay, this is actually a really good one. It has, if you're looking for just like knowledge on perspective, then this one's good. And it's the whole thing's formatted as like a giant comic book. So I highly recommend. I would highly recommend this one. So this one's legit. Try to see if I can find some interiors. Yeah, so like the whole thing is basically treated as like a big comic book, and they'll explain, and it's a pretty thick paperback, and they explain to you things, and they explain things in down to earth terms. It's entertaining. Yeah, so this one's good. This one's I highly recommend this one. But I gotta say, it's like you want to really train your sense of perspective, you got to learn how to like just draw and feel it. And then I think another thing that was helpful for me was Julian Beaver's artwork. Come on. Yeah. So this guy does like street art with pastels and chalk. And he draws these really cool chalk illusions. And so from a fixed vantage point, when you look at it from the fixed vantage point, it looks like it goes into the sidewalk, into the concrete. So, that's a kind of thing where, this is really, really good, right? Because this grabs your sense. This creates the feeling. So I say, this guy's stuff gave me a good idea of what it is I needed to do when I would draw. So yeah, you get the idea. You get the idea. Is that you have to learn how to don't just see the fucking pavement. Like you can see the lines of the tiles, but understand that you have to take the existing outer perspective and extend it into the cement. But yeah. Yeah, I would say get your own piece of like just take your canvas and try to do what Julian does. That's what I would say. And it can be like his stuff is really clean and finished. Try and do what he does, but like messy. It can be messy. And just that would help you because then you're really training your sense, your feeling. Yeah, this guy's stuff is like the creme de la creme. The really good stuff. Yeah. And the thing about like rulers and guidelines, it's nothing wrong with them. It's not like complete is what I would say. And I feel like it's missing out on something. So yeah. Mhm. Like I guess if we look at a lot of classical artists would have done the very formulaic thing. They would have drawn a lot of the perspective lines. But, their stuff feels kind of rigid. That's all. Like, they can do it, but it feels kind of rigid. And I feel like if you can feel the perspective, then it's more fun. Okay, I'll put it that way. I won't say it's better. I say I have more fun doing it this way. And then, there's other things that I would do for an exercise. Like you can do like oh boy, here we are. Oh, this is fucking my brain. Oh, no, it has to be the other way. My brain. There you go. Right? So this is what I mean is like you can try writing in perspective. Like never mind drawing in perspective. Try writing in perspective. So, I mean, it's just you got to the more you use perspective, the more that you just apply the perspective. Um, that chalks up to experience, and it feels fucking weird to do it. And the more you do it, the better you get at it. If you have, I'll be there. If you have a web camera, point the webcam at your own tablet, then try to draw things while looking at the webcam and not like at your own tablet screen. Yeah. So that's another thing is I would say like if I take this thing and I enable the preview and I do this, okay, let's move that onto my separate monitor. And I'll listen to, so think it's always on top. There we are. Right. So something like this. Okay, so now I'm going to try and draw the inner corner. And I guess that's going to have to go that way. And the thing is, you see, I'm not looking at my own tablet. I'm looking at the webcam review. I only look down whenever I actually have to complete the line. And then I might try and create some grid lines. And the thing is, it feels really weird because when you look at things on the webcam, for some reason or other, it's like it feels like I already know exactly where the lines should go. So the web camera actually helps me. Like the webcam's almost an aid. So if I want to draw a line that starts there, I'm like, okay, if I want to make a horizontal, I guess it feels like it should be around here. Like the webcam just makes you really aware of its perspective. Oh, nope, that's too, like, you can see that. That's like, this side's too high. It's too high. I have to lower it a little bit. Well, actually, no, it's a little low now. All right, so like once your actual sense of perspective has been engaged, it's very precise. Like you can tell when things are, a little too high or too low. No, that's too low. Like you can fucking tell. Yeah. And then this is like the trickier one. It's like, oh, okay, you can feel that this thing is curling up that way. Right? It's like you really just have to feel your way. Right. So you do stuff like that. Yeah. So if you, it's a bit of a brain workout. But the thing is that we're taking all the perspective that's out here and we're shoving it into the paper. So if you're using like traditional, you can do this. If you're working with like a digital tablet, you can do this. If you're working with a monitor tablet, then you may have to take your monitor and I don't know how to handle that. Well, you can take your camera and then put your camera at an oblique angle and then try to draw like that. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is I am looking like at this display here as the camera is pointed, down there. So this way it gives me the fixed vantage point. And so yeah, it's a good brain workout, right? And the more you do that, the more you start to go, your brain, you have to just beat your brain into submission, and that's what this does. It's like you do it enough, and your brain's like, okay, yeah, I get it. So yeah, you're just beating your brain into submission with this, because your brain wants to think it's flat. Your brain wants to say that's flat paper, right? But when you do something like this, then your brain's like, oh no, it's actually going into space. But yeah, it's really easy to train. Like I say it's easy to, it's an easy exercise in the sense that it's easy to set it up, but then it's hard to do. All right. And it forces, it's a situation where it's like, well, you had one job. So it's easy to tell when you screw it up because, you look at it and you're like, oh no, that line's too high. That line's too low. I need to make an adjustment. Those are the best kinds of exercises, are the ones that are really simple. You shouldn't be doing exercises where it's like, why am I doing this? Well, I guess I'll just do it until I got it right. Did I? It's like a lot of times I used to do exercises and I'm like, teacher, did I do it right? It's like, no, that is not the kind of exercise you want. The exercise is the one where you do it and you look at it and you're like, no, I fucked that up. You have to be able to judge it for yourself and be able to tell when things are wrong. If you're told to draw straight lines, you got to be able to look at the lines that you made and say, no, I fucking fucked that line up. It's all cockeyed. It's missing the dots. It's missing, yeah. So exercises need to be ones that you can self-judge. Knowledge plus repetition is the key to finding feeling perspective. No. It's not just, there is repetition required, or I should say experience and exposure that's required. But feeling perspective means that you are already feeling like, that when I point the camera at the thing, right? It's like I'm
like I'm forcing myself to feel that perspective. And when I'm drawing, it's like, oh, there's this kind of a weird feeling, right? Like I'm feeling the perspective definitely when I do this. And so exposing yourself to those situations is very important. And then, drawing to try and reinforce that feeling. And so that's not a knowledge thing, right? It's like it's like how the feeling is supposed to feel, and you're now trying to recreate the feel. So imagine that, right? It's like you're actually drawing to create a feeling. You're drawing to fool your own perceptions. And when you can get to that stage where you're fooling yourself with your own drawings, it's like, good. Now you're on the way. You got to get used to that with every single line. You got to make it so that when you look at a piece of paper, it's like that thing feels like I'm sinking into it. Mm. Okay, so anyway, yeah, I got, Mom brought me lunch. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, I could show you some stuff that I do with painting. After I finish lunch, that is. Like, I'll show you tactile painting. Now that I think about it, when I was writing a pangram, which is a sentence which has all 26 letters of the alphabet. When I was drawing that pangram ribbon, like that was stretching this, right? That's something that I would like to practice, because it's like, oh wow, that one was tough, right? It's like I look for exercises that cause a bit of brain stretch. Okay. Um, yeah, it's funny. I do have videos on perspective, but not about like the actual feeling. It's pretty crazy. It flies in the face of like knowledge is power. Knowledge is like, no, it's not all knowledge. Some of it you need to actually feel. Like like if you're in a car and you're driving a car, and let's say you're taking a turn. So if you're in the car, you're taking a turn. If you are going too fast, and you're turning too quickly, your car will flip, right? It's like your car will roll, and well, how fast is too fast? How much turning is too much turning? Do you have enough traction? Do you not have enough traction? Like, it's not a knowledge thing, right? It's like, well, you kind of sense as you're turning, as you're turning the wheel and you're in the car, like you can kind of sense, oh man, I'm feeling kind of weightless in the car, which is a bad sign, meaning my tires are losing traction and the car's beginning to lift up. It's like, I need to slow this shit down, right? That's not a knowledge thing. And so when you're working with perspective, the same situation is that you got to be able to feel this thing's getting a little too close, a little too far, too big, too small. Angle's not quite right, and we need to kind of shove it over this way. So yeah, that's why I say it's like having a sense of perspective and feeling of perspective is like indispensable. It will stick with you for the rest of your career. There's like other stuff I have as well, like I mean, what can I say? It's like 5 years in visual effects. It's like all I want to do is make visual effects and cool shit. I think the other thing about like the sense of feeling in art is that it's hard to teach it, right? Because nobody knows how the other person feels unless they're actually feeling it at the time. And like, I just know from my, as a beginner, I was like, what do you mean? There's no fucking feeling. It's all just knowledge. You just got to know these things, right? And everything is like hard, and you can just, everything that you read in a book is all you need. Because, and that's, it's very hard to like, it's a very convincing argument because everything is completely objective, right? There's no evidence for it, right? It's like, it's a really hard argument to make. And so, I say to people, like, this is why I say, okay, well, then try driving a car without feeling, right? It's like, well, I think even a Tesla car has to have like accelerometers in it. I love doing particle effects like manually. It's stupid. I know. Because the thing is that they just take a little bit of brute force effort. They're very pretty to look at, and like
they're not hard to draw, and you can just track them individually. It's very like, it's very, I don't know, meditative to work to do them, to draw them. Like I also love let's see. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Oh, I actually had the original TV Paint file as well. This is just 6 frames. So there, we have this layer. Yep, this is the heavy rain layer. These are my cables. So I've got these little wibbly wobbly cables. They're just brush strokes. They're just brush strokes. These little wibbly wobbly cables. 6 frames of wibbly wobbly. 3 cables. Really easy. These are my splashies. Yep, all the little splashes. And then finally, like another layer of splashes. These little ones here. So you can see. Those are all the moving elements. I mean, a thing like this you can probably do in like a couple hours. Okay, the train, like the fucking train, it's literally just a couple of lines. It's just a couple of lines that I just drew. There's one on the top, there's one on the bottom, and I just doodle like there's 2 big fat windows, 2 narrow windows, 2 big fat windows, 2 narrow windows, and that's all it is. That's the train. Oh, and some like just big fat brushstrokes for like, you know, the crepuscular rays. that's that's the train. Okay. Oh, and some lighting on these guys. Like flash it occasionally. Flash left, right. Like in order to show you know, the direction that the train's moving, so that it looks like, you know, the light is playing on them. Drawing the individual cartridge casings, that's pretty simple stuff. Yep. The fire and the sparks, just a couple of like custom brushes. I'm pretty sure I did this one in like a few hours. The reason why something like this is so fast to do is because they're not actually moving. Like they're frozen in the same poses. And all I have to do is just keep drawing the same pose, rotating around and around and around. Like I don't have to worry about timing or anything like that. It's like a simple loop. Loops are easy. The motion's simple. There's very little to have to figure out, and there's no timing to have to worry about. And cartridge casings and stuff, it's just, simple physics. The effects for like the smoke and stuff, they're stupidly easy. Like really difficult animation would be the stuff that we're doing right now. It's like complex motion, picking up things and moving them around, and all the goofy animation in between. That's the harder stuff. This is done in like an hour. Just drawing various little particle effects. A very, very shitty run cycle. How did I get started with animation? 12 principles? Actually, no. I didn't use those 12 principles. What I did do was I understood things like inertia and acceleration. And like for me, TV Ontario had a series called Eureka. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Science videos, Eureka. Yeah, these ones. I would highly recommend watching these videos. In fact, this first video talks about inertia. And you start to learn about things like force and energy. How do things speed up and slow down, and about exerting a certain amount of force to get something going. And so these scientific principles of things like inertia and mass and speed and acceleration, like and gravity, these are the scientific principles behind the 12 principles of animation, or a lot of the like things like slow in and slow out. That's acceleration. That's mass. That's inertia. And if you understand, how much force you have to apply on an object in order to convey enough energy into that thing to accelerate it at the rate that you want, to get it to move as fast as you want, like understanding those relationships, like that's more of a sense of how I work, right? Like I have, again, a more instinctual sense for whether or not a person is applying enough force to get something going than I rely on the knowledge of it needs to slow in or it needs to slow out. Like I'll play the animation back and I'm like, that's going way too fast. That's going way too slow. We need to take this part and slow it down. We need to take this part and add some in-betweens. We need to like synchronize these two things properly and need that thing to happen a little bit later. Like a lot of what I do is it's just that. Almost done.
Mm-hmm. Like, I used to watch those series when I was a kid. Eureka. Damn good stuff. Right. So, tactile painting. Okay. The first thing I want to do is before we do tactile painting, I'll show you how it's inspired. So, one of the things I like to look at are things like, say, look up things like a black crystal ball. And I say a black crystal ball because it's really simple. Right? This is one of the simplest materials that you could draw. And you can see there's like there's various highlights. You know, what is this? This is probably the like they got some kind of reflector. They got some kind of light source with a bounce card on it. So it's making that shape. There's another situation. Same deal. They got like a bunch of reflectors up there. And when you look at these things, they're like, yeah, it's like this thing feels like it'd probably be really heavy and very smooth and, you know, probably cold. Probably it's made of crystal or glass. Or you look at something like this and it's like, wow, the reflections are stronger on the edges than they are in the center. You'll see how the reflections in the middle are much more dull. They're less intense. Right? And then when you look at something like this, you think, well, okay, well, how am I going to get this look to it? Okay, we got that done. That was helpful. And then let's see what else. Something about this area here feels kind of pinkish. And that area feels kind of whitish. And then there's a fade off as well. Let's try and capture that. So, all right, well, let's just try a normal whitish fall off. So if I use this brush here, it's like, well, it doesn't exactly work for us. Right? It's like that doesn't work for us either. And this doesn't make the right kind of fall off. So what do? I could take this whole thing. I can lighten the whole thing up. Take this big thing. That was easy, right? It's just, you find the simple tools. There are certain simple tools that you can use. You get the airbrush, which is the right. It was a big fucking airbrush. It has the right fall off edge to it. And you're trying to figure out, you know, which simple tools can I use to generate these looks. Then there's like a kind of a big horizon, and it's kind of lighter here. Okay, fine. So probably use this tool. We'll make it a little bit lighter. Set the brush to lighten only.
that. I think it should still be lighter, so I'll put this into, let's see, we'll put it to additive mode. Oh, that's better. That's a lot better. It kind of goes like that, and it really wraps around the edges, though. So, well, first of all, this is also a little too bright. Ooh, it's kind of neat with a bit of a red in there. Okay, so let's try this once more. Much better. We get these bright highlights. They don't have to be these shapes exactly. Like I could use, whoops. I could do these ones, or I could do like a little hot spot like that. This one even has kind of a weird, greenish bluish. So, okay, sure, I got it. Well, let's turn that down a bit. These corners feel more distant. This side here feels closer. So I do have to apply a little bit of perspective to it. Maybe I gotta widen it, make more curvature. Ah, that's probably the best ones. That's the best one yet. Tune that down. You see how I'm tuning it. I mean, I could keep going on this thing. I don't really have to. Use a bright highlight. You can even use tinted colors. Be like a blue or like blue purple. The one thing I also like doing is I like taking blue and red and then offsetting them. Kind of gives it like an iridescent look. This is an example, right? It's like tactile painting is something where you're just trying to replicate the feel of the material. Here's another one. How about wax, subsurface scattered wax? Get all these neat little kind of glows in there, and it's kind of all. Some of these are CGI. Many of these are CGI references. So that's a really neat look. Look at all those funky colors you get in there. There's like almost like a lighter green turquoise. There's some like rainbow crap going on. Skin block. That looks really cool. There's like this deep redness in the shadow right there. Like a really deep redness. Okay.
Whoops. Trying to get the perspective to look a little bit more convincing. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Okay, lock the perspective, or lock the transparency. Okay, what do we got? Well, let's get the basic faces on there. Whoops. Okay, that's probably a little too bright. Bring that down. Better. Okay, when we look at this thing, we can kind of sense like kind of a weird greenish glow on this. But the overall color is more just kind of a flat gray. It feels reddish, but maybe that's just my eyes playing a trick on me because this is so greenish. So we'll leave it flat for now. And then there's that super duper like reddish glow. Okay. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to brighten this side up just like the teeniest bit. Because I want to use a color dodge, and I know that color dodge does not act on perfectly black objects. So there. Let's bring that down a bit. Okay. You'll see that we can. I'm not really seeing any glow on that. Okay, let's try something brighter. I need to really get like, oh yeah, there we are. That's the stuff. Okay. Okay, now that I have that color, I need to undo all the stuff on the gray side because I'm only trying to affect the black area. So I'll undo that, throw that into the merge buffer, and then I'll just selectively undo. There. Great. And we have this kind of a weird greenish edge on things, so. Maybe not like perfectly green, but super green. I need it to fade out like more. Like it needs to spread up to there. So I'll make my brush even larger. We'll undo this and replay the brush stroke. No, we'll go more greenish. That's reasonable. Okay. So I'll just copy that into the merge buffer. Whoops. There. Just restore that. And then I got to get the top face of this. Okay, so I got to get both sides. You know what? That's probably close enough. All right, we got to get some more red in here. Oh yeah. Feels pretty good. I feel like I need this red in here to spill in a bit more. So what I can do is I can take this deep red here, put the brush into light and only mode, so it will only
make it lighter. I can spread that in a little bit deeper. And then I guess I'll just take the brush here. We got a little bit of a black corner edge here, so I'll just use the eyedropper to grab like this color right here. We'll dink it down a bit. Oops. There we are, and we can just attune that. That's about right. Subsurface scattering. Pretty easy. If you're using the right tools, it's easy. There is, subsurface scattering. It's easier than you think. I could like just slightly bloom the edge a bit, like where it's bright. I feel like mine still feels a little too dark here. So I think what I'll do is I'll grab this color here. We'll set the thing in the light and only, and I'll just very lightly kind of invade the surface and try and lose that edge a bit better. But yeah, like subsurface scattering, fun, looks good. And also show you something really easy as well. Oh. Let's see. We'll make it kind of dim-ish. Okay. You'll notice how as I play with this, right, it's like it starts to feel like the edge gets brighter or darker. I'm playing with the lighting. In fact, if I want, I can front light this a bit. So instead of light coming from above, it's coming from like the right side. Oops. There's just some boring beige cube right now. And then get a dodge brush. Attune that a bit. Not just, again, I'm basing, like, this is all based on feeling, right? It's like, oh, it might be too saturated or not saturated enough. And I just take a stab on the color palette until I get the color I'm looking for. And then, like, again, easy. It can be easy, but I think that most people often use brushes that are too small. They avoid using color dodge because there's a stigma behind using color dodge because, like, oh no, it's like the new smudge tool. And they don't color tune. They don't tune their colors. They don't like, they kind of, I don't know. They grab colors according to rules, but they don't like sense. They don't tune the fucking colors. So, and then they don't use color. They don't use image reference. And by image reference, I mean use nice image reference. You know, go on the internet, find
a material that looks really nice to you. It can be a CGI material because this stuff's already like, look, CGI is at the point where the stuff looks photorealistic. Okay, find a material that has a look you want to match, right? And it could be like a cube, it could be some weird kind of fucking bally thing, it could be a crab, for crying out loud. As long as the material has the characteristics you're looking for, you can use it for reference. And you'll notice that like you don't have to copy exactly what you see. You can just use it to kind of understand, oh, okay, there's this much glow, or there's not enough glow, or get a feel for it. Look at the thing and say, that looks very, kind of fleshy, or that looks very hard, or it looks very shiny, or it looks, try and replicate the feel of it. I tell you, man, learn subsurface scattering painting, and your porn drawings will be so much better. Okie dokie. So anyway, 7:43, 7:44. Anything else I want to do today? Now that we actually have pretty good animation on him, we just need to clean him up for the most part. I mean, I guess. And keep cleaning him for a bit. Clean him for another hour, half an hour. We'll see. Yeah, let's see how far we can get. Oh, heck. Oh, let's get that brush. He looks a bit like Doraemon.
God, that's creepy. Not like a. It definitely has like a lot of. It evokes the feelings of WTF. No, no, no. I'm probably not. Coloring will kill me. Add coloring is very expensive. If I get away with just like this very simple doodly like cleaned up outline, probably as far as I want to go. It's like, although I think if I did color anything, it would be like maybe blood. If there's blood, then yes. If there's an explosion, okay, but not like the full on for the character. Like some things are just too costly in terms of what's that term? Oh yeah, that's right. They give a poor cost performance, meaning that it doesn't really improve the look of the piece and it takes too much effort. So that's the concept of poor cost performance. That's why it's like if it's for blood, it's like, okay, yeah, that's good cost performance. If it's for an explosion, that's good cost performance, right? Because like people like colorful explosions. It's like if you have limited resources, then I think that a movie or a production can look really good on a limited budget if the resources are spent wisely. I would say that a low budget project with well spent resources will always be way better, way better than any high budget project with poorly spent resources. What I am going to do is on this vial, like so this is the blood vial. I'm going to make it so that when he shoves it in, the sides are going to bow outwards. They're going to go like that, or they're going to be like. And there's going to be like. Yeah. It will have sound though. I am going to try and add sound for this. I think sound will do far more for this than color would. Sound will come at the very end. God. Like, starting to look really good now that's all like it now that it's mostly cleaned up. Like the cleaned up frames look really good. Like there's definitely a reason to clean them up because that definitely makes them look better. I think what I would do though, like in lieu of actually like full on coloring it, is if I was to do light and dark. So I would light it, but it would not be colored. So it means that if we had like um, a bright white background and then like shade it is what I'm saying. If we shaded it, then that might be good. That might be worthwhile doing. I used to have a Tumblr. I still have that Tumblr. I didn't delete it. I just haven't looked at it in a while. Now I'm like I have no socials except for YouTube. I tell you what, like the moment we actually have socials where I'm not afraid that they're going to come along and sell my data to China, I'll be very glad to participate. Even then, it's like I don't have any fucking time for that. Which is another thing. It's like programming takes up all the other time that I have. And I gotta say, it's like it's nice not being plugged in. Nice not being on social media. Can't get upset that it's like you can't get upset that the post that you spent 2 weeks on didn't get enough traction if you never make the post in the first place. It's like I can still make animation. I just don't have to post it. I would post it, on this channel though. Did I leave Twitch for YouTube? No, 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 no. I'm still on Twitch. I still stream my programming work on Twitch. So, but the thing about Twitch is that I'm a partner there, and their partner contract has an exclusivity clause. So it means that if you're gonna stream anything on Twitch, you cannot also stream that anywhere else within a 24-hour period. So it means that, it's like, I feel like most of my audience for drawing is on YouTube, not on Twitch. So I figure, okay, because here's the problem. If I streamed on Twitch and also, dual casted to YouTube, I would be in violation. I would be in violation of their exclusivity clause. But their exclusivity clause does not forbid me from doing it 100% on YouTube, which is basically what's happened. I also use the post on Discord. I still have my own Discord, which I'll post on. I got a few other, people that I know there. I'm just like, the only people I interact with are people who will talk to me live. That's about it, right? It's like, you got to be on a Discord. It can't just be on like a Twitter where it's like you can post a mean tweet while you take a shit. It's like it's got to be, there has to be a certain amount of like, you guys are here because you made the time to actually come and watch, right? And now we are actually interacting, as opposed to you scrolling by, oh, I saw a tweet and then I liked it, right? It's like, yeah, you went through the hassle of interacting with me, so I'll interact with you. But then for something like, like Twitter, it's so, it's a drive-by interaction, right? Like, I think of interactions on Twitter like somebody shouting at you from a passing car. Like, it's very slack. There's a lot of slack, like the slacker's form of interaction. Like, I wouldn't call that interaction. Well, I mean, like, Twitter makes it super convenient, right? If I were to say, by comparison, right, Twitter makes the interaction super duper convenient, but as a result, I just feel like on Twitter it's harder to actually sense that there's a person there, right? Because everyone's, all of the interactions are asynchronous, and it's so easy to just get away with posting a mean tweet and like, it's harder to really get a sense of another person through a tweet that's limited by 128 characters, or they raise the limit or what. It's like, it's just not the same. Like, I wouldn't call that an interaction at all. It's just, and then like, what I also don't like is that, I mean, there's a lot of, there's like people that lose their jobs over a fucking tweet. I don't want to be on that fucking medium. Like, somebody said some bad thing on Twitter, and then a decade later it's used to fucking cost him his job. Fuck that. You get like people in the UK winding up in jail because they made some fucking tweet or threatened with jail time. Like, look up Count Dankula. I don't want to fucking wind up like that. Just because the guy taught his pug how to do like a Nazi salute, and he got fucking ran afoul of the law because of that. It's a stupid prank. Like, come on. Actually, I thought it was pretty hilarious. But you see, that would probably get me fucking ostracized on Twitter. So I just don't want anything to do with that medium. Yeah, don't worry. You're not, Strangelove, you ain't missing a goddamn thing. I'll put it that way. Twitter is, ugh. It's a dopamine sink. It's a fucking behavioral sink. Same thing with TikTok, right? Like, that's another example. It gets people to act in really strange ways. I don't think it's healthy. Shit, I know that when I'm on Twitter, I act in really strange ways that I don't think are healthy. Like, I don't like the way I act when I'm on Twitter. So I stay the fuck away from it. And then there's also the fact that they banned me from Twitter. Like, I didn't just leave Twitter. They fucking banned me and they never told me why. They wouldn't let me appeal. So it's like, so there's no way that I would like support them. I won't post content on there to keep other people roped in on their shitty medium while they post ads and make money off of them and steal people's data. It's just fuck that. Um, yeah, Discord. Discord pretty much replaced forums, but I mean, my one worry about Discord is, I worry about, who the leadership is there. And, I just worry that they're going to enter the same fucking woke downward spiral that everything, like every time there's something that has a little win in it, that's like, turns out to be a commercial success, which they are. It's like once Microsoft's looking at them, right? Once Microsoft starts eyeing them, I'm like, oh shit. And they're going to want to sanitize everything, and then it's going to be Tumblr all over all over again. Yeah. That's right. So it's like I don't like these big companies that can basically come along and wreck your whole career, just and without telling you a goddamn thing, and then you're just, leave you twisting in the wind. I don't want to support them. Yep. It's like Discord started out as a service for gamers, and then they're going to say, oh, we're inclusive. We're for everyone. It's like, oh, shit, here we go again. Whenever they say inclusive, they really mean exclusive. Yeah, that's right. All you weird outcast people that made us popular, we don't want you anymore. What happened? Bye, Woody. I don't feel like playing with you anymore. Every fucking time. Yeah. Discord is glorified IRC with massive data collection. Correct. There's another one that's called Gilded, but Roblox owns that. Oh, I don't know about that. Like I know Tencent has a large stake in Discord. The amount, I know that they put in at least 20 million in there, but then they stopped disclosing the amount, which means that it's probably higher now. So, I mean, I'm considering switching over to something else. God, it's like there's like open source versions of Discord as well. Like it's not called Discord, but it's like a Discord equivalent, like open source ones. Honestly, I think the only way that we're ever going to get out of this mess is if we switch to something like ZeroNet, where it's like fully decentralized. Then it can't be taken down easily. Can't be DDoSed. Don't you worry. I'm pretty sure at some point Discord's going to start saying, "Well, we've got to think of the kids," and then they're going to demand that you provide proof that you're over 18 by sending them like pictures of your driver's license or your passport or something like this, some piece of photo ID, and then it's going to be a lot of fun. I wonder when like contact tracing apps are going to be, they're going to come pre-installed on your cell phones, or they're going to be pushed over the air into your firmware, so that way it becomes an app that you can't remove. It's going to be an app that just can't be removed, and it's always on. It can't be switched off either, like unless you jailbreak the phone and take it off. And then it may at some point become mandated. It won't surprise me. Like I know it. I just know this like it will fucking happen someday. Mark my words. This animation, it's okay. The idea is really simple. They're human mosquitoes. So so basically they're like, you know how mosquitoes suck blood, right? And then you want to slap them. So it's like taking that concept and then applying it where instead of the mosquitoes, they're humans. So we take it all and then we bring it all to the scale of people. So one of them's gonna like, so basically one of them's gonna be
gonna be getting the blood cylinder out, and then the other guy's he's gonna take his blood cylinder, and he's gonna twirl it and ram it into the needle thing to fill his up. But when it hits in, it's gonna wake up the person that they're standing on, and then that person's gonna start fucking. Here we are. This is our storyboards. That's right. So yeah, then there's gonna be the shadow when the hand starts to come close, and then boom, there's gonna be like these giant hands smashing away at them, and they're on jetpacks, and they're like having to fly away from these fucking hands, which are just smashing behind them, and they have to dodge around it, and then he's like, one of them has to push the other guy out of the way, and he gets smashed. And then we can just show like the person going slap, slapping his neck. So yeah, it's literally just. I had like 3 ideas for things I was going to do for animation. I'm like, okay, human mosquito sounds pretty fucking awesome, but right now we're at the part where they're just drawing the blood, and that's not a particularly. It's not as cool as like dodging giant hands trying to smash you, right? So I'm like, okay, well then let's take this part and have some fun with it, and find like. It's like this guy's supposed to be waiting. He's supposed to be waiting for his turn to fill up his blood vial. So while they're waiting for it, I mean, I'm having him do his hip thrust, and meanwhile, I'm having the other guy like play along with the hip thrust by like going. So yeah, it's just that's what's going on. Is it's like you make it so that when they're waiting around, waiting is boring. So let's have them doing something, interesting instead. That's why he's doing these weird motions. Then the other guy's supposed to pull out his blood vial and then boom, and that sets them off. In fact, I almost want to have it where he slams it down and it doesn't fill up. And he looks at it and he goes, bam, 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 and he's hitting it more. And then that's when like the shadow looms over, and then it's like bam, an actual hand. So I kind of like that idea where, if he's smacking away at it with his hand, then that's nice, nice little bit of foreshadowing of literally they get shadowed by the hand, and then the hand goes bang. So I think that would be a good way. That would be a really good segue, like a good way to make the animation. I'm trying to make all the events flow together, right? So, like you'll see how this first scene, right? Boom, and then he's like, yeah, blink, blink, right? Oh, he's done, and the other guy has to do his thing, right? And I have him going slam, 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 and then slam comes in the actual big hand. So. It's like a fever dream. Right? You take some crazy, ridiculous idea and then you make it happen. You just fucking make it happen. It's like, imagine it as like a boardroom pitch, right? It's like, hey, you know how like mosquitoes suck blood? Yeah, what if they were people?
Man, my phone is an old BlackBerry Passport, and it's so old. Like there's that kind of rubberized finish. You know how rubberized finishes get when they get really old, right? They kind of start to degrade into some kind of weird, like they seem to. I think rubberized coatings will eventually degrade back into natural latex, like they unvulcanize, and they start to turn back into gooey natural latex. So yeah, my phone started doing that, and so I simply exposed it to enough pocket lint that it stuck to the latex, and now it has a velvety coating, a velvety finish made of pocket lint. It's no longer sticky. It'd be like a love death robot. Yeah, yeah, it's like a love death robots short. You know which one I really enjoyed was there was, I can't even remember the name of it. It's one where like I think it's, oh, that's right. It's like some girl, like she hears like a loud noise and like a fight in like an apartment across the street, and she witnesses this guy, you know, fighting another woman, and she witnesses a murder, right? And at that moment, the guy looks out the window and sees her, and then it's like he's fucking starts chasing her, right? Like, I love that one. That one was really awesome. That one was a bit of a mind fuck. Oh, why do I have the KFC logo here? This is the double down. What it does is it doubles the opacity of any brush stroke. So if I have like a kind of a halfway pissant brush stroke like that, I can use the double down brush, and if I paint it, it doubles the opacity. It was named after a sandwich that was called the KFC Double Down. It just doubles the opacity of something. There you go. The Witness, yeah. Kentucky Fried Chicken. KFC is a franchise that sells Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yeah. So this logo here, it's the Colonel Sanders logo. This little guy, the KFC logo. Oh yeah, like I love the aesthetics of The Witness. Really good. It's like, I mean, I know it's CGI, but then there was something about it that felt almost like Roto, but then it also felt like really animated as well, and just like I'm sure they use a lot of photogrammetry for their rendering and their lighting. There's no doubt about that, right? And it's just really, really nicely done. Like it was a very unique, stylized look. And it looked really like very raw. I also like the one where like I think it was like a crew of a spaceship and they woke up out of hypersleep and they found out they were like way off course. And yeah, so like the way that one fucking ended up, holy shit. Yeah, I'm trying not to spoil any of them, right? I'm just trying to like say this. Just trying to go by how they started, right? I'm just explaining by how they started. Holy shit. The reveal on that one was really good. Hmm. Oh my goodness. I'm totally fudging the perspective on this. This is like the this is we're totally in Disney World now. Yeah, we went to Disney World.
My God, we are totally doing Batman, Spider-Man here. I'm Batman, Spider-Man. Hmm. Yeah, like animation and comics. I just I want to see them in the West. I want to see them, accepted as more than just for kids, right? Like I'm just there's still this fucking lingering there's still this lingering idea that like animation and comics and basically the drawn mediums, right? Like they treat the drawn mediums as just for kids. They treat video games as like just for kids. It's fucking annoying. I know why, right? It's because it's the new medium. It's easy to forget that like Disney was doing a lot of instructional animations during the war. Disney made like a lot, a lot of instructional animations for soldiers, like how to fire an anti-tank rifle. There's like a Disney video on like the boys' rifle. It's kind of funny. Like briefly, you can see toes. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Try and get a few more drawings done. What happened to stuff like Avatar: The Last Air? I don't know. Well, I think in the end, it's up to us, right? Like we're just gonna have to start making our own animations. We're gonna have to give up our Saturdays. Get together, find some people who are willing to do coloring, some people who are willing to do in-betweening. We've got things like Patreon and whatnot, so we'll have to figure out a way to fund our own stuff. We've got computers and equipment, so the equipment to get an animation is a lot cheaper now. Like, we're just going to have to be the ones to make it. And I guess that's probably another reason to get into art. Right? Make things that other people aren't making. Make our own parallel structures. Especially because I feel like a lot of times the stuff that's acceptable for TV is sanitized. And I want things that aren't sanitized. I want things that are as rude as I am.
How do you avoid wasting time when learning art? Um, well, I'd say those 3 years wasted time were 3 years where I thought I knew a lot more than I actually did. So I would just say try and find out as soon as possible what you don't know. And usually in those cases it's like some simple stupid thing that's actually really, really necessary, like being able to make the lines go where you want them to, or being able to draw in the page rather than on the page, or right, it's like just putting off the important stuff and not placing enough value on it. And I think those are like kind of the important things. That's why I say it's like it's wasted time, because it's like during that time I wasn't improving any skills that were vital to art. I wasn't learning anything particularly important. I wasn't incrementally improving. This is when this is when people tell you, oh, you want to get better at drawing? Just draw. Practice. Lots of practice. Knowledge is power. Like, I hate that. Fucking hate it. Like, it's a waste of time. It's the herd speak.
what Kim Jong-gi does looks amazing because he's got no underdrawings for anything. Everything just seems to magically come out of the pen. So if you can't imagine what his thought process is, it's indistinguishable from magic. So here, let's say I draw a roll of toilet paper. Or duct tape or whatever. All right. So if I took this roll of duct tape and we were to divide it into sections, like maybe here, let's divide it into fourths. And then maybe eighths. Okay, so we'll divide into eighths. All right, now what I got to do is I have to go around. I got to draw a line that goes around, and it's got to go up. Then it's got to go around again. And it's got to go in. And it has to go around, and it's go down. And it's got to go around. Got to go out. Got to go around. Has to go up. Has to go around. Has to go in. Go around. Has to go down. Down. Has to go around and go back out. All right. So that's what's left. Now, it doesn't have to be divided into eighths, but you get the idea is that you're either going, there are two axes to this thing. Right? There's an axis where you're going around the cross section like this, and then there's one where you're going along the axis of rotation, and you alternate between the two. So if you're going around the cross section, you're going out, you're going up, you're going in, you're going down, you're going out, you're going up, you're going in, you're going down, you're going out, you're going up, you're going in, going down. You get the idea. And then the other one is you're going around, and then you go around, and then you go around. Then you got to alternate the two. So that means you got to go up, you got to go around, you got to go in, you got to go around, you got to go down, around, out, around, up, around, in, around, down, around, out, around, up, around, in, around, down, around, out, around. You alternate. Now you got to do it without the framework. So you got to go out, around, up, around, in, around, down, around, out, around, up, around, in, around, down, around. Okay? And make it so that when you do it, you can kind of sense the duct tape. You can kind of sense the toilet paper. The better you are at it, the more solid the form comes out. So it's about drawing the thing that's not there and being able to control that line and understanding the larger form. So let's see, that one around. Yeah, I have to go up, around, out, around, down, around, in, around, 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 up. See what's going on? Got to be able to draw a thing that's not there. That's what he does. He draws things that aren't there. He keeps it up here. So that's one of the exercises. The other one is chain link. So chain link is, let's look at one single chain link. This is the top part of the chain link. Okay, single unit. Kind of like this. Well, I'm drawing the inner stuff now, right? That's a chain link. Now, if I was to just draw the chain link by itself without all that inner crap, then I would draw this. I draw this, maybe that. Get rid of all that crap. There's your chain link. Really, really, really simple. Okay. So what if you're going to draw a chain made of these links? Oh boy. This is the hard one. This is like one of the hardest ones, the hardest exercises I know. Because you have to because it trains you to draw something that's not there. Oh yeah, no, I need this thing to not just go there. I need it to like extend out here, then go down, then go over. Yeah, okay. That's got to go up. Got to go over. Yeah, I guess I can go down like that. Okay, so this exercise, probably one of the hardest ones I know in terms of just drawing things that aren't there. And notice, no underdrawing. So this is like a mental exercise where you have to imagine the rest of the shape, and you have to exercise a certain amount of restraint in terms of, don't draw the thing that's not there. You have to imagine the rest of the chain link. Get the idea? Just, it's like, and the thing is that I haven't showed you how to do it. You just gotta fucking like, you gotta understand. Okay. So I can tell you this much: is that this thing I'm kind of unitizing it, right? Like there's like a certain amount of there's like a cube that fits in here, right? And then there's like another cube and another cube here that fits there, and then so it's like 4 cubes wide, and then it's like 1 cube tall, and then it's another 4 cubes down here, right? So you can see how this whole thing has been divided into known units. And then each one of these chain links is like, okay, well, there's like another, that one's like also 2 cubes. It's a 2 cube gap, but it's like, it's 1 cube corners. And there's like a 1 cube. So I'm having to imagine like, it's all cubes for the most part. Right. And there's a bit of wiggle room, right? Because there needs to be enough. Otherwise you can't turn the things. But, there's little lines that you don't draw. And that's because it's like when you draw a cube, you only draw like the exterior.
Or maybe in this case, if I drew like a cross, then I might do something like this. And right, like there's lots of, I don't draw this stuff. I don't draw this or this or this or this or that. Like there's lots of little bits that I don't draw. There's like pieces that I leave out. Yeah, so I'm leaving out, these lines. So I only draw the blue lines in that case. So same thing with like the chain link, is that you learn how do you draw something, but then you got to keep all the other stuff in your head. Like I'm not saying that if you learn how to do this, you'll be able to draw like him. I'm just saying that he has this ability. All right, this is something he uses a lot. And now I'm kind of freehanding it without the cubes, without the chain being all rounded. Now I'm just drawing it without it drawing it all squarey. I'm drawing it now in a more rounded fashion. So, I mean, you could do something like that, but this, like, if you do the cube stuff, it really forces you to start paying attention to how much space each chunk takes up. So yeah. You got to be able to like, you got to be able to keep all the invisible crap in your head. And then there's like other helpful exercises, like, okay, you can take a sphere, pick any point, right? And you get something kind of like this. You want to try and make the thing feel spherical, right? Draw lines that feel spherical. Or if you like, this is the donut exercise, except it's actually easier because I'm just drawing around the exterior like that. Right? This is being able to take flat object, and then to be able to round it out with the doodle. So if you're drawing clothing with sleeves and wrinkles and stuff, it's like, that's something else. I mean, it's not like I know that other artists use these techniques. It's just I've just compiled them. That's what I've done. Is I've compiled their techniques and figured out how to make use of them. So it's like if I take a box as well. This is another one, right? If you can draw a box, then being able to, if you drew like the letter R, I like R because it can be, it has chirality. Right? Being able to draw the letters on different faces, or take that letter R and then, oh yeah, I'll peel it off. Oh, needs to go down a little bit more. Right. take things, peel them, turn them around. Yeah, I say instead you apply the perspective, use it, and then it's like it's like a magic spell, right? It's like spatial magic. It means that if you want, you can target where the fireball goes. You can make the fireball from a ball into a disc, into a cube, into a cone, into a long needle, right? It's like now your fireball spell has a whole lot more use because you can change the shape of it. So in this case, you might have the letter, you might have the power to draw a letter, but then you want to learn the spatial magic to draw that letter, upside down. Burp, 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 right? Or to be able to take that letter and flip the thing around, like have it incrementally turn. That's what it is, the magic spell. It's like this ability to take an object, which is normally flat, and then peel it off the page or push it into the page and spin the thing around any way you want. You're able to manipulate the space of it. You get the power of space-time magic. So yeah, that's like that to me is like the important, like one of the most important skills you can have when it comes to drawing. It's like if you have it, it's powerful stuff. Like really, it'll really help you. It'll help you a tremendous amount. And yeah. And the thing is, like, it's easy to practice, meaning like once you understand what it is you're trying to do, then you can fill up whole pages. You can just go blah, 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 and like do lots and lots of pages. And if you fail, it's not a big deal. If you failed one or two of them, you look at it and you're like, okay, well, how did I fuck it up? All right, well, let's like partially erase it and then try and fix it, right? What makes it look right? And can I push it towards me and away from me? Can I make it huge? Can I rotate it in this axis and that axis? And can I get like good freedom with it? So that's what I suggest whenever I do these like exercises like this chain exercise, like the toilet paper exercise, is because I want the line to go that way, and why? Because I want it to go that way, right? So you want to really seize control over these sorts of things, so that way it's like you have the freedom to move through it. And what I mean by like the freedom to move, it's like when you're starting out, you're encased in a block of ice and you can't move, right? And then so maybe what you can do is you can melt the ice a little and it turns into kind of like a very viscous slush, right? And you can move kind of slowly and clumsily through it, but you want to be able to really build up the strength to be able to just move it around as if that stuff's not even there, right? So that's what I mean, is that if I had to start from zero, how would I use perspective? I would do the thing where I'm trying to make the optical illusion, like the Julian Beaver stuff. I would try and make the optical illusion stuff, like what I was doing with the camera. I would first do that. That would be like the most important one, is because then I get the feeling of bridging the perspective. And then I would even try making 3D models in that perspective until I was comfortable with it, and then I would move on. And then also there's like just getting the lines to go where you want. I target my lines. I always do these, like sometimes I'll do these little dots. I'm like, okay, I can make that go there. Like I try and really figure out when I place a dot, even I'm like, okay, do I want that dot to be here or here? Like when I'm placing a dot, I can imagine this. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to put that dot down, but it's not just I'm placing the dot. I'm like, I want the line to go, this way. And then I'll complete the line. So, same thing with spheres, like, or circles. I can say, well, I want the circle to be, kind of like that. Yeah. And you'll notice I didn't do it as like one nice clean circle. I was just like, it's a round circle. It's exactly where I want it to be. That's good enough. It doesn't have to be done with one line. It's like it's a rough circle, but it's exactly where it needs to be, and it's nice and round, and that's good enough. So yeah, there's things like that as well that I would teach myself. Right, I'd teach myself to do things like here, like I want the lines to go through here and here and here, and so now I can. There we are. I wouldn't worry too much about trying to make like perfect lines either. These are nice as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Some hand-eye coordination, but mostly it's like good targeting. It's like knowing, okay, I want the line to go here, and sometimes dots. Yeah, I want to go like that. But I don't worry so much about line cleanliness anymore. I care more about, get a few lines that are really accurate instead. Like that looks good enough. I'm using a brush smoothing tool, by the way. And I don't try to draw lines that I can't control. Like some lines are a little tricky to draw, so I make them a little shorter. I don't even have to rotate the canvas for this. You get really controlled lines. And they're not like super long unbroken lines, but they look good. They look pretty nice. They go exactly where they're supposed to go. They're not super clean, but I like these lines more. So it's like those are things that I would, train myself to do. I'd train myself to not, like now I have a workflow that's a lot more accepting of errors. It's almost like I expect the errors to occur, and it accounts for the errors. It accounts for the mistakes. It allows for mistakes, and it uses the mistakes. It uses the rough and the approximate, as opposed to something that demands perfection. Okay, anyway, it's like 9:18. It's getting pretty late. I got to sign off. But yeah, I'll see you guys next Saturday. Thanks to everyone who